jeopardy.
Ensure
it's
the
sad that
eggs
it's
are
this
safe
game
and eliminate
that's
any
done it.
threat on
But
these
what can I do,
sacred
right?
grounds.
Alright, let's play. I did nothing wrong. I did absolutely nothing wrong. I did everything right. Dude, it's all the same. Look how boring this is. It's open. It's empty. Just a bunch of generic enemies and a fucking Chad. What is that they do here? Do you see the difference between the world design of this game and a FromSoft area? FromSoft has all these tricks and things set up for you, make it challenging and interesting, and you know, keep you on your toes. Here it's just like, let's just put a million generic enemies in this area. Why did he take my full health bar? I can't move. Dude, he hit me once with the spin. It took my entire fucking health bar. Wow, that's fun. For no good reason. Why the hell is he that damaging? Wow. Yak Almighty says, I'm halfway through chapter 4. It's actually worse than chapter 3. What the fuck? I think I seriously think I might be done with the game at this point. He interrupted my transformation. Now I have no health again. It's insane. What the fuck? Dude, what is going on with this game? This is terrible. It's an enemy you've already fought a million times before, but now this one hits you for 90% damage. It's fucking stupid. No, I'm serious. I'm really getting pissed. I don't think I want to play this again. I think I'm done with it. This is that awful game design. There's nothing unique about this. It's the same repetitive shit over and over. It's the worlds are no longer interesting. They're boring as dirt. Too much exploration. Too confusing. Too many repetitive enemies. No effort to do anything that's interesting at this point. It's the same shit over and over. I'm bored to tears now. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Stop whining like a bitch. Jesus. Oh my god. The villain said I preferred the crab game. Me, I'm gonna be honest, yeah, I do think another Crab's Treasure might have been the best Soulsborne this year at this rate. Number one Gravies fan, we're not doing drama content right now. I'm playing an annoying game, so please stop trying to derail the stream with that. Appreciate the super chat, but I don't care about drama.
Failed.
Sure. What the fuck?
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I could return these eggs to their natural. You will not interfere. I consume you.
Can't win. I have no health, no magic. Stupid fucking shit. Why'd I have to come over here and fight him like this? Oh, immune to my freeze.
I am sorry. I need your
Dude, fuck this kid. This kid's some ass. What is wrong with these fucking idiots? Look at this dumb shit. This is fucking awful. What a dumb fucking game. They ruined their own game. They started out good, and now it's just trash. Like, any mini boss I fight on board, nothing interesting, just boring shit. Same repetitive shit over and over. Worlds that fucking completely uninteresting. Wow, oh my god, he's crying. What a baby. Once again, guys, if you've enjoyed today's stream, please support it in some way. Liking helps the stream a lot with engagement.
Champion.
Particularly
Now
right
that
now,
you've
what's in
secured
jeopardy
the
is this
pools
vest.
below,
I keep saying
I
vest stream.
require your
This
aid
King
above.
Street, which has lasted a whopping 41 streams. But now it looks like is dying out here. We need people to tip to hit this by the end of the stream and keep it going. And I was going to do a special event. I was going to do a special event for it this Saturday. We were going to do Feasting with the King.
Powerful primalist
When we
is
hit 50,
attempting to
but
burn
at this
all
point,
the
it looks like we're
nesting
not going to hit
areas.
50. So
You must
maybe that
clear
will
them to
change.
get
But
to
in the
her.
meantime, please
I
support
will
if you
keep
can.
watch from above while I confront the dragon who is leading
Oh,
this
can't
assault.
freeze him. Try it again. Immune to the freeze. Never works. I can't dodge. I can't heal. Fuck this piece of shit. Fuck it. I don't want to play it anymore. I'm really done. Fuck this game. It's not fun. Look how stupid this is. You can't hit him. He magically is immune to everything. You can't freeze him. You can't hit him. You go right through his body a billion times. You summon your clones do nothing to it. This is terrible. This is fucking terrible. It's gotten worse and worse. The further in I get, the game is broken down to the point where it's just the opposite of fun. You know, I'm just having zero fun with this now. It's at first when you start playing it,
now see to the
you get
others.
excited. It's like, oh, it's like another company that's going to kind of make like a FromSoft game. Then you realize the combat is nothing like FromSoft. And now that we're at the end of chapter 3, boy, have the cracks shown. This is nowhere near as good as FromSoft. in any way. It's just not good. It's too open world, too repetitive, too boring. We're using this stuff way too much. The combat is just getting annoying at this point. There's nothing interesting about it. It's the same shit over and over. I really hate this. I gotta be honest. I've had a complete flip about my opinion about the game after today's stream. This is just
Keep
stupid.
clearing them out. Do not let the primalists desecrate this hallowed space.
They made it this repetitively annoying, open, and boring. And I'm only halfway done with it. Fuck this game. This fucking sucks. This is such a waste of time. Serious, my hand hurts right now. I don't want to run and hold right bumper. My hand hurts from already running around the entire fucking time I've been playing because they fucking made it so shitty. The charge. Yeah, this is stupid, dude. This is I'm done. I really don't want to play this game anymore. It's ridiculous grinding bullshit. It's boring as fuck now. The plot, there is no plot, let's be honest. There literally is no plot, right? I want to run around charging Y to bring it to No, I don't. It's not fun. You dodge and you lose your charge, do it all over again. I really hate this game now. I'm serious. I've gone from literally liking it a ton to absolutely hating this fucking piece of shit. It's so bad. There's no...
themselves and they want to go to court for that, they can do that. They can destroy these, no problem. I fully believe that. The only hate campaign...
He's not wrong, by the way.
Pool is safe.
He's not
She's
wrong,
exposed.
especially if they manage to succeed,
before she
right?
can
If they
summon
manage to succeed and
reinforcements.
actually get these channels demonetized. It's the same thing that I was saying with Smash JT, right? With Smash JT and Black Girl Gamers, if Black Girl Gamers gets this video removed, which it looks like they're going to, that is an easy fucking argument for financial losses for your business. It's no different with Geeks and Gamers. It's no different with Star Wars Theory and Ryan Cannell. These guys are mega channels. If they lose their monetization, sure, they have direct donations and all that stuff. Of course, are they going to be fine? Yeah, sure. But ultimately, there is money proving to be lost there. There's money proving to be lost, and it's a very easy argument to have in the court of law. It just is. And you can prove targeted harassment because you guys all got together, and once there's discovery, they're gonna find out that you coordinated this shit in some Discord server, and then the cat's out the fucking bag, because we already know that you have a Discord server when you do this shit. He shows you some messages in his video. Let's keep going.
Campaign I see here is the hate campaign that Molly Damon, Star Wars Explained, and a lot of these other Star Wars YouTubers have been leading against me for years. How many more good faith content creators will turn to profitable hate campaigns? It's all about money. Molly Damon and Star Wars Explained, in my opinion, are obsessed with money.
Yep. Here we go. Here we go.
Let me take you back to the very beginning. All right, October 6th, 2016, 5:55
Oh,
a.m. My name is Alex from over at Star Wars Explained. I wanted to just say hey and introduce myself. You're growing insanely fast. Congratulations.
That envy.
You're gonna have that silver button in no time. If you ever want to talk Star Wars or YouTube, please feel free to email me. I've got a dialogue going between pretty much all other Star Wars YouTubers. And while some are more friendly and open than others, we've all been pretty cool about sharing advice and collaborating. I actually do have a question for you. You kind of popped up on my radar because I saw this ad.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you what this is right now. Okay? I'm gonna tell you what this is right now. You know what this is? Because I've gotten messages like this, okay? Not many, but I've gotten some. These messages are from somebody who's realizing that there is a creator out there who is about to overtake them. And they are trying to get in good with that creator now while they are still the bigger channel, because it's only a matter of time before they're no longer the biggest channel. In this case, Star Wars Theory was not bigger than Star Wars Explained yet at the time, but he was rapidly going to surpass it. And Star Wars Explained is trying to get in there and either, maybe stifle him, or I guess utilize it and get on his good side so that he can suck up all the clout or whatever. You know what I mean? Like this, that's what this kind of email is. This format of an email is exactly that. Right? The guy's saying, yeah, I have connections with all the Star Wars YouTubers. Yeah, because you're trying to keep eyes on everybody. and you're trying to clout chase off of everybody. So that way you can stay on top. It's always good. Like, you're always friendly when you're the biggest creator. But the moment you're not the biggest creator anymore, suddenly that friendliness goes away. And I've experienced that with a few people, unfortunately, on YouTube. You know?
On one of my videos. Yeah, really, Alex. Like 8 years later, yeah, for sure, that's the reason I popped up on your radar. This ad that my network put up for literally 5 days, that's what made you... Okay, yeah, sure. I don't want this to sound like I'm angry at all, or anything. Why the fuck would you be angry? I wouldn't even say that.
Not the
He's
dick.
telling me right there that you're angry. And believe me, he was, because I have more to say about this when I actually met him. On the contrary, I'm very curious if you found it to be a good strategy. 50,000 subscribers in only a couple months is crazy good. So you're obviously doing something right. If you're open to it, I'd love to...
The fucking passive aggressiveness, bro. Oh my god.
Talk about some of the things you...
Yo, start Theory. Be petty, bro. It's Theory, bro. Be petty. Be petty. I don't give a fuck. Be petty. Be like white girl, pumpkin spice, petty. That's what I need right now. Be petty.
Thank you,
found to
champion.
work,
The
and I
life
will do
pools
my
are
best to
safe for
help
the
you in
moment.
return.
But the
But if that's
primalists
something
are
you'd like
still
to
a
keep
threat.
close to your
We
chest, I
must be
understand.
vigilant,
Anyways, it's
lest
nice to
we
meet
be
you. Keep up the
caught
great
off
work. May the
guard
force be
again.
with you. October 6th, 12:10 p.m. I respond the same day. Literally.
We're watching the villain arc right now. You know, we're watching the villain arc right now. We're watching it become a Sith before our eyes.
When I just woke.
He's gonna bring.
Here's a story from the Christian Post. A federal judge has ruled that an Ohio school district may have violated a teacher's First Amendment rights by forcing her to resign for refusing to use trans-identified students' preferred names and pronouns due to her religious convictions. Judge Pamela Barker of the Northern District of Ohio issued an order earlier this month denying and granting in part competing motions for summary judgment filed by Jackson Local School District in Jackson Township to dismiss the lawsuit filed by former Jackson Middle School English teacher Vivian Garrity. The litigation is ongoing as several issues remain unresolved. Barker, a Trump appointee, wrote, specifically, the court concludes that Garrity's compelled speech was not pursuant to her ordinary job duties, that the district's name and pronoun practice was not neutral and generally applied. But it withholds deciding whether the Pickering balancing test and strict scrutiny weigh in plaintiff's favor or defendant's favor until a jury makes factual determinations regarding the alleged interests at stake. I think we have a clip here from Fox with a little more detail about this case. Listen.
I told them that I would not because of my religious beliefs, and within 2 hours I was forced to pack up my belongings and escorted out of the school.
Vivian Garrity is an Ohio teacher who claims in a lawsuit she was forced to resign when she would not accommodate two students who asked to be called by different names and pronouns. The school board voted to accept her resignation in September. We have blurred her appearance due to concerns for her safety.
I am a professing Christian. I go to church 4 times a week. It is the largest part of my identity, and I do believe that God only created 2 sexes.
The Alliance Defending Freedom filed the lawsuit on Garrity's behalf against the Jackson Memorial Middle School principal, the Board of Education, and 2 district employees seeking reinstatement to her teaching job.
The case here raises a critical issue, and that's whether or not public schools can order teachers to set their religious beliefs aside as a condition of public service.
So, she's claiming this is compelled speech, and of course it's compelled speech. This is the very definition of compelled speech. It's as close as you can get to requiring that a teacher vocally disavow her own faith in order to do her job, keep her job. In fact, it isn't close to that. It is that. You are requiring that she affirmatively declare something that she doesn't think is true and which contradicts her deeply held religious views. So, obviously unconstitutional, obviously compelled speech, obviously a First Amendment violation. If this is not a First Amendment violation, then nothing is. Nothing is. Now, on the other hand, I will admit that I'm always very hesitant to cast this issue as a religious liberty issue. I understand why ADF is attacking it from that angle, and I mean, it's true. It is definitely a religious liberty issue. No question about it. But my only hesitation is that it makes it sound like Christians on faith alone are just trusting that gender ideology is false. It sounds like we have to rely on our faith, on our doctrine, to tell us that men can't get pregnant, that women don't have penises. But the truth is that I would hold exactly the same view on this topic, no matter my religion, even if I was an atheist.
What's up, everyone? Good evening. Just getting set up here. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go full screen, and I'm gonna actually get the chat and everything hang out for a little bit before we actually start with gameplay tonight. Welcome to the Street Fighter 6 stream. The only Street Fighter 6 stream I have opportunity to even play this week, because this week is such a short, weird week for me scheduling. However, it looks like next week, at least if my wife's work schedule doesn't change again, next week will be like a full week where I'll be working 6 straight days instead of only 4, which means we'll get back on track, especially with progress in games and the like. But I just want to get you guys up to speed on everything that happened earlier. So basically, we had a really good podcast. It went really well. Good topics discussed. Talked a little bit about LTG and his insane, unhinged, over-the-top comments that he wants $10,000 to appear on my show, which is never going to happen. He's nuts. And I try to explain that people on the internet like hype content. They would actually pay if the hype content took place, but they're going to pay after the fact. While it's happening, they're not going to pay up front. For content, you know what I'm saying? No one's going to pay this man insane amounts of money to appear. They want him to be a part of something awesome, and then they'll reward him, you know, his contributions and his content, you know, on streams and such. But anyway, he doesn't seem to get it. Anyway, I talked about that on the podcast. Things were going well, actually. Like, no lie, momentum was good. And then I started playing Black with Wukong, and as I'm playing it, I start to notice the entire stream is going south. And what I mean by that is I'm in Chapter 3, and everyone's telling me I'm near the end of Chapter 3. But it's just going on, and it's the same boring-ass snow, forest. It's just the same repetitive shit, hour after hour. I'm like, when the fuck does this end? This is the longest chapter. Just for some perspective here. Are you ready for this? So my Black with Wukong playthrough ends at 20 parts, because I'm not going to play it anymore, because the game fucking sucks at this point. I've been in Chapter 3 of this game. The same fucking bullshit snow location. Are you ready for this? I'm gonna go all the way back. Look at this. All the way back. All the way back. I'm gonna see when I actually went into Chapter 3 for the first time.
Oh, what a terrible thing it would be. Conversations on how to proceed with their games and their company, they took a nosedive. And one explanation provided by a user shows that it may be because the investors let it happen. As you can see here, on the 5th of September, the price was up to $14.70, and then it just dipped all the way down to $13.45. Now, of course, as usual, people love to buy into the dip, and then they were able to recover it about a quarter of the way. But we know how these things go. Even when it recovers, it will eventually take another nosedive if the trend is to be trusted. And the reason I say that is because it's happened before. A couple of days ago, it took a nosedive, and then people tried to help it recover but failed. And then it happened again prior with a nosedive, and then people tried to help it recover but failed. And that is a trend that you see repeat itself over and over, and it has gotten progressively worse ever since the release of the Star Wars Outlaws game. So let's take a look at this post from Dr. Sirkin Toto. I don't want to beat this to death, but Ubisoft stock in Paris is currently dropping another 9%. Market cap is down to 1.7 billion euros, or US $1.9 billion. And yes, Ubisoft is seriously going through it. Now, of course, this is a quote tweet from a previous tweet he made. Investors seem very disappointed about Star Wars Outlaws sales numbers and let Ubisoft stock crash. So this might actually explain why Ubisoft took such a huge hit, at least financially, from within its own investors circle. Shares lost over 10% combined in the last 2 days, so the company just slipped to under 2 billion in market cap in Paris. Ubisoft is almost at a 10-year low. Now, I do know that Ubisoft was having meetings about this. They were having meetings about how to proceed with both their games and with their business. And now investors are writing open letters to this company, not only asking for structural and strategic changes, but they're now asking for prices to be lowered, staff to be fired, and for the removal of the CEO himself. You guys have to see this story for yourselves so that you understand how bad this is for Ubisoft. This is from Tech Raptor. Activist Ubisoft investor calls for strategic and structural change, and I've also seen this story on the Wall Street Journal, although I did not provide that story today. A company that serves as a significant minority shareholder. These guys have a lot of money in this company.
I still can't believe people are going after Star Wars Theory for his opinions on the Acolyte. I mean, really? He didn't like a show, he voiced his opinion, and suddenly it's a crime? He's been a fan for years, creating content that brings people together, and now people want to demonetize him because he wasn't on board with this one show. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. The guy isn't some random hater. He's one of the biggest Star Wars fans out there. His criticisms come from a place of passion and respect for the universe. But now, just because he didn't like the Acolyte, people are treating him like he's the villain of the fandom. It's not like he's out there encouraging hate. He's just saying, hey, I think this show had issues, and suddenly people want to destroy his channel.
Right? The whole idea of going after his livelihood is just too much. It's one thing to disagree with someone, but trying to get him demonetized, that's not about protecting the fandom anymore. That's about silencing anyone who doesn't toe the line. Star Wars Theory didn't like the writing, and he felt like the show didn't fit the broader Star Wars universe. That's valid. Not everyone has to love every new project Disney puts out.
And it's not like the Acolyte was universally adored by everyone either. A lot of fans had issues with it, whether it was the storyline or how it veered away from the Skywalker saga. But if you say that online, you're suddenly branded toxic. It's like there's no room for critique anymore. People love the original trilogy for a reason, and if new shows don't live up to that, fans should be allowed to say so without criticism.
Exactly. Star Wars Theory has always been about having constructive discussions. His whole channel is built on exploring the Star Wars universe, and he's never been shy about calling out what he thinks could be better. That's the beauty of being a fan, you get to have those conversations. But now it feels like if you're not 100% positive about everything Disney does, you're automatically labeled part of the toxic fandom.
It was very totally. And it's not like he was spreading hate. His critiques were about the show itself, not the actors or the diversity of the cast. But somehow people have twisted his words into something they want. Now they're acting like he's leading some kind of hate campaign when all he did was talk about the show's writing. It's absurd to see how far this has escalated.
It really is. The way some people are reacting, it's like they can't handle any form of criticism. And
Trim and punch! Vent the forge!
I do think one of the things that sets you apart from not all, but many of your colleagues is that you had a spiritual center. You weren't looking for deep affirmation from them or anyone else. Do you think that there's some kind of religious revival, low-key religious revival going on in this country? You travel constantly. Do you feel that?
I really do.
You do?
I do. I feel it here tonight. You've met my husband, Abraham.
Oh, yes.
And, he is as...
The name says it all.
It does. He's a cinematographer. He is not into politics at all. He cares very much for others, and he cares very much for our country. He's a very kind person. But I don't ask him to go to political events with me very often because I know he hates them, absolutely hates them. But it was funny because he came with me to an event recently, and he walked out just saying, "Oh my gosh, everyone there is so nice. People are talking about God in a very sincere and heartfelt way, not afraid to express their faith or their love for our country." And he was sharing this because he's like, "Man, I remember going to some of those Democrat events with you, and it's the exact opposite. It's the exact opposite. You have people who are angry, people who are have almost, and I've seen this, have almost a physical reaction if someone says God or says, hey, let's open with a prayer. I've seen people walk out of the room. It's a completely different atmosphere.
You've seen people walk out of the room because of a prayer?
Because they are not comfortable hearing a prayer.
Well, that's pretty revealing. That's
But
pretty heavy.
it's revealing about them, but also when you look at, again, we have this realignment that's happening with both political parties, and you look at that mindset of people who, in Kamala Harris and a lot of people in the Democrat elite, who believe they are above the Constitution. All this stuff about, a boy can be a girl if he says he's a girl, this rejection of objective truth and science. What they're really saying, and this is the most, you and I have talked about this is the most dangerous thing, is when you look at that mindset, whether they admit it or not, whether they know it or not, they are putting themselves in a position of trying to be God, and therefore, in the most offensive way, are not only rejecting our supreme God, but they are trying to force that upon all of us. And you look at that spiritual erosion that's happening in our country, and you look at how they're trying to erase any even mention of God from all facets of our public life, we can see how those destructive policies are causing such damage to us as a society.
And untold human suffering, which is always the hallmark of evil. Why, when the Biden administration announced Trans Visibility Day on Easter, was there not a national shutdown? People to say, I'm not participating. I mean, that seemed like a line that once you allow the government to cross it, it's not clear where it ends, but nowhere near.
It speaks to this culture of self-censorship and fear. It goes back to what we were talking about in the beginning that they've created. That people are afraid. There was a story that came out about a girl who was fired from her job because of a tweet she put out. That people are afraid of losing their job. People are afraid of losing friends or having family members who won't speak to them anymore if they actually stand up and speak the truth. That's obvious to anybody who's willing to be clear-eyed and pay attention to what's really going on. And that is a travesty. And so when you look at why would they put me on a secret terror watch list? Yes, it's political retaliation, but it's more than that. It is to send that chilling message, and I'm not the only one, but to send that chilling message that if you challenge them and you challenge their power, you expose the truth about who they really are and the damage they are causing, then, hey, we can come after Tulsi Gabbard, we can certainly come after you. Nobody is safe.
Well, you are dangerous, actually, in a true sense, because you tell the truth. So let me end on this. I think your presence is really hopeful. Is one of the reasons I was so grateful that you agreed to come.
Thank you.
And because for all of us who sit at home thinking, no one agrees with me, things are going completely crazy, the country I knew is gone. You can really work yourself into a frenzy of despair and pessimism, and then you realize, no, actually, there are people like Tulsi Gabbard, and there are people like everyone in this room who know what's true, sometimes in a very, low-key way. They're not wearing a billboard on the street, but they know they have a spiritual center and a conscience, and that's the majority of Americans, in my opinion, and you're one. But let me just stop with this. Are you feeling hopeful, honestly? And if so, why?
How may I aid you?
First of all, real hope comes from knowing in our heart of hearts that God loves us unconditionally.
Amen.
So God is eternal and he will always love us. So at a baseline, there is always, he is our source of hope. I am hopeful, while this election will be very close, and I am very concerned, given what's at stake, and given that we know for sure that it's more than just the Democrat machine, as we are seeing. It's the warmongering machine, it's the military-industrial complex, it's the big propaganda media, it's big tech. They are going to throw everything they possibly can at this election to try to make sure that Kamala Harris wins. But I am hopeful because of what our founders envisioned for us as a country. That our government, ultimately, it exists with the consent of the governed. So the outcome of this election is in our hands, which means the future of our country and our freedom is in our hands. And so I want to encourage you, because I know what you're talking about, Tucker, and it is easy sometimes, and I feel it sometimes, you know, where it's just like, man, the forces of darkness are so powerful. Am I really able to make an impact? Am I really able to break through this? And maybe some of you feel this way too sometimes. Don't underestimate the power of your voice and every one of you and your ability to influence those around you, because every one of you has people, whether it's family or friends or coworkers, or if you're in school, students, people who know you, who trust you, who will listen to you, but who may be feeling a little bit lost with everything that's happening in the country, the onslaught of news and all of this stuff that's going on. Don't underestimate your voice and your ability to share what's in your heart, what you're concerned about for our country, and why you're voting the way that you are. Because this election, unlike any other in my lifetime, it's not about Democrats versus Republicans. That's not what this is about. This is about something much bigger. This election, again, we're not going to agree on every issue. Don't be afraid of that. Don't run away from that. We can have conversations, and we should have conversations about things we agree and things we disagree on. We will not be able to have those conversations if we are not living in a free country. And that's what's at stake. So I encourage you to share with those in your circles, in your spheres of influence. This is not about personalities. This is not about who you like or who you dislike. This is a choice between freedom and tyranny. This is a choice between peace and war. This is a choice between prosperity and poverty. Don't take my word for it. Look at the facts and look at the records between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, and you will know that what I am saying is true. It's up to us to save our country and save the world and to defend freedom. We can make this happen. We, the people, can make this happen. This is our no-fail.
To how all of this works here. So we're going to focus on one of these agents named Asan. Now what you're about to see him do is indicative of how the scam works across the board. It's never much different from this, but depending on what the victim is calling about, the scam will change slightly. Basically, if you have a You're about to watch scam. These are the men responsible for stealing over $30,000 per month from Americans and Canadians. And before we go any further, it should be known that I did report these guys to the FIA in Pakistan. I can't control what happens after I report these guys to the proper authorities, but I have received word that a previous video that I released resulted in arrests. I can't go too far into detail there, but I hope to have some official news for you regarding that case in a later video. Now, let's get into how all of this works here. So we're going to focus on one of these agents named Asan. Now what you're about to see him do is indicative of how the scam works across the board. It's never much different from this, but depending on what the victim is calling about, the scam will change slightly. Basically, if you have a problem with your Xfinity account, you might go on Google and you might search for something like Xfinity support. These scammers purchase Google ads that push their website to the top of the search results whenever you search for these things. You land on a website like cabletvinternetprovider.com or something like that, and you think that it's the real Xfinity, but it isn't. You see a phone number and you call it, and you get a guy like this answering the phone.
Thank you for calling Xfinity Comcast. This is Harry on the recorded line. How can I help you?
As soon as he picks up the phone, he sees your phone number, and then he goes to the real Xfinity website and enters that phone number into the forgot password form. Then he tells you that he is going to send you a code.
Another code was sent to you. Please confirm me that as well.
But all he's doing is sending a one-time passcode to you. He will ask you for that passcode, and if you tell him that number,
it's 319696.
Okay, I'm checking right now.
This will give him the ability to reset the password on your Xfinity account. So he changes it, and he's able to see all the info about your account. Your full name, your address, your phone number, what you're paying for, any outstanding balances. And then once he does this, you tell him what you're calling for. So he's going to act as Xfinity support, but he will actually be typing to the real Xfinity support as he impersonates you. So there's two levels of impersonation here. He is impersonating you to the real Xfinity, and he is impersonating Xfinity to you. So how do they get the money, right? That's the big question. No matter what you want, he is going to charge you a one-time fee, and that money will go directly to the scammer's bank accounts. So in this case, our scammer Asan here is speaking to a victim who needs a technician to come out to her house to fix the cable box. And he's telling her that she must pay her current bill, which isn't even due yet, in order to get the technician out there. This, of course, is a lie. And if all goes according to plan, then the victim will agree to it. Asan will set up a visit with the real Xfinity technician, and he will take her credit card info over the phone, stored in plain text on his PC, and the money will go directly to the scammer's bank account. Now, this is not going to work for Asan here. This victim is very upset that she has to pay for something that in the past she never had to pay for. So she's going to push back here, and you'll see what happens.
As you're saying that it's a new cable box, so it has to be activated. After that, you will be able to get channels on your new cable box. And in order to get that box activated for you, I have to send a technician at your address so he can activate that for you.
Is there going to be a charge for a technician to come out here?
You just have to make a payment for your monthly bill on the account. That's it.
Will she make a payment? When the bill come, when the bill come, I just pay my cable bill.
I'm calling about your August bill. It's due on your account. You have to make this payment in order to get a technician.
Sir, this don't make no sense to me. Because all I'm doing was switching out the boxes. All you need to do is send me a signal to the second bedroom. Send a signal to the second bedroom so I can get my TV plugged and hooked up.
I am unable to
That's all I need is a signal.
To fix it for you.
Because this ain't right. This don't make no sense. This don't make no damn sense. And I pay my bill every doggone week, and I'm just switching out the cable box, and I got to do all this for a technician.
And then you can see him mark her as not interested here, and he moves on to his next victim.
Now, real quick before we move on, I wanted to mention that this scammer here, Asan, he previously worked at a very closely related scam call center, which is featured in Jim Browning's video. And this is some of the footage from that center's CCTV cameras. And in fact, a lot of the other agents that work at Synapse used to work in that call center according to their LinkedIn pages. Please do go check out Jim's video. It was a pleasure working with him. I will have a link to his video below in the description. Now, pivoting back to Synapse Digital here, let's have a look at another scammer. His name is Anas. His potential victim seems to be going along with this scam. So let's hear just a little bit of this call before I manually disconnect the call and then call to warn them.
Okay, I'm able to see that there is no outage in your area. So what I'm just going to troubleshoot your modem from my side, and I think it will help you.
It says I'm connected to the internet, but it just does have no internet connection.
You want me to arrange that tech guy to visit you today?
Earliest you can, at what time?
Let me check the slot for you.
And so now you can see the scammer act as the victim and talk to the real Xfinity support and ask for a tech visit. So that's all he's doing. He's playing an intermediary role in this process, and he's going to just take a fee which Xfinity wouldn't charge the victim in the first place.
Thanks for staying on the line, sir. I have sent you that invoice for the payment of $100 on your text messages on the number with the ending 3. Did you get it?
Let me see.
So at this point, I cut the call between the scammer and the victim, and I decided to give them a call. So here it is. It's a very abbreviated version of this call. I talked to them for about 15 minutes, but this is just kind of the gist of what we discussed.
Hello?
Hey, this is going to be a very odd phone call. You're probably talking to a person who sounds like he's from Pakistan, and he claims to be from Xfinity, and that is all a lie, and he is a scammer. You might have searched for something on Google, like Xfinity support or Xfinity help or something, and you got a sponsored ad. You clicked on it. That's not the real Xfinity. It had a phone number on it, and you called it. Does this all sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, yes.
You didn't give them your credit card information or anything, so that's a plus.
No, yes, I was getting ready to, but again, thank you very much.
Yeah, happy to help, and I hope you have a great day, and I hope your internet gets up and running soon.
Yep, appreciate it. You too. Thank you.
All right, take care. Bye.
You too. Bye.
So that was a happy ending. Unfortunately, most of these calls don't go like that, right? There usually isn't someone there to stop the scam and to warn victims. So in this case, I was recording our scammer Asan, and I just left it recording. I had to do other things. I left the house, and I just recorded the entire time I was gone, so I wasn't able to stop this scam. So let's see what happens, and we'll follow the money afterwards to see where it eventually lands.
I will be going ahead and helping you with the cancellation of your account. And in order to cancel your account with Xfinity, you have to pay your final Xfinity bill. That is $151.75. So how would you like to pay this final bill? You want to use a debit card or credit card?
Yeah, debit card.
All right, sir. Thank you for patiently holding the line. The invoice for the amount of $151 was sent from our side in your text messages. Can you check if you have received it?
Can you not pay with Apple Pay?
You don't have your card with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, yeah. Then you can simply use a debit or credit card. All right, sir. I have just confirmed it from my side. We have successfully received your payment. Thank you so much. The amount which you have paid today as your final bill for your Xfinity account for $151.75. That amount is going to be processed through Utilic Services. They are online invoice payment gateway with Xfinity in your area. This name will also appear on your bank statement, so please remember this name, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much, sir. It was rather nice talking to you. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too.
Bye-bye. 151.75.
So right there at the end, you heard the scammer mention a company called Utilex. Utilex is one of many LLCs that these scammers use to take the payments from their victims. They are in no way affiliated with the real Xfinity, and these LLCs are positioned in parts of the United States and Canada, which would be close to the victim that they're scamming, which hopefully wouldn't set off any red alarms for the victim's credit card company. Now, you're looking at the org structure again of Synapse Digital, and at the bottom you can see these LLCs. We have DigiWorks located in Ontario in Canada.
There will be mentioned the name, as I said before, that DigiWorks on your bank statement as well. So don't be worried about this thing because it's in credit payment partner with Xfinity.
We have Texan Bull, which obviously is located in Texas.
Do you know what Texan Bull is?
They are online payment partners with Xfinity in your area.
My credit card was declined, and they want to know if that was okay. So that's okay? That's who you use?
Yes, ma'am. That's us. You have to authorize it.
What's Texan Bull? What is that? That's what Xfinity call itself?
And as you can hear, the name of these LLCs sometimes throws victims off. Throughout the dozens of hours that I surveilled these guys and their phone calls, that was a recurring pattern whenever the LLC was brought up. And it became apparent to me that they would tell the victim the name of the LLC that was charging them beforehand, so whenever they saw the charge on their credit card statement that they wouldn't reach out to their credit card company to get their money back. But what's important here is that the owners of these LLCs, they're all Pakistani nationals, and the sole purpose of their computers is for the members of Synapse Digital back in Lahore to remote in and create payment invoices for their victims. Now, later on, you're going to see me destroy these computers which are used to take these payments in an effort to completely cut off their ability to take money from their victims. So stick around until the end of the video for that. But now let's take a look at what happens if a victim does get suspicious and try to get their money back.
Let me ask something. Are y'all still Xfinity, man? Yes, this is Xfinity. I hope y'all Xfinity, man. I hope y'all. I'm not just calling. I hope I'm not just giving my money to anybody. So you don't need to be worried about it. Anything. This is Xfinity. All right.
Well, Synapse Digital has a plan in place for this scenario. I saw Yasir actually sending an email to himself. Then I saw him edit the email using the inspector, which basically just allows you to change the information on a web page temporarily. And then I saw him take a snapshot of this edited email, which verifies that the victim authorized the charge to Texan Bull or Utilex or DigiWorks, one of the LLCs they used to steal their money. And it's used to kind of prove to the victim's credit card company that they did indeed authorize the charge. I have never seen a scammer do this ever. This is brand new to me. But this right here, on top of everything that I've already shown you in this video, should serve as verifiable proof that this is a scam, this is illegal, this is fraud, and I really think that the real Xfinity would want to know about this. So if there are any reps from Xfinity watching this video, and if you have questions for me, please reach out at scambaithotel@gmail.com. Now, we're about to troll these guys quite a bit, going to make them very upset, but before we do that, let's have a look at the amount of money that they're stealing. Throughout the course of me watching these scammers, I downloaded gigabytes of files from their PCs.
And this spreadsheet is one of them. Right here, you're looking at the total sales for the month of July 2024, and you can see that in that month, they've stolen over $30,000. Now, considering that the cost of living in Pakistan is around 50% less than it is in the States, this is a lot of money. This kind of explains why they're able to afford this nice office and the fancy sign that they had custom built for themselves, which you're able to see here on their CCTV security footage. So now that you know how the scam works and the organization is structured, let's have Neld Harris troll these guys, and then I'm going to show you how I confronted one of the agents, which set off a chain of events that in the end brought down this scam call center.
I've been on the phone with you for 5 minutes and nothing has happened.
Because you didn't see, because you ran a line. But I'm still working on it.
Whatever.
Just give me a moment.
Okay, well, what's the next step here? I mean, I'm still trying to log in. It doesn't work.
Ma'am, could you please calm down for a second? Let me just work. Don't rush on me. If you're going to rush on me, then I'm not going to work for you.
Do what now?
Doesn't work like this.
Hello?
Ma'am, if you are rush on me, so I'm not going to try
hey,
to work.
you cool it down. Don't talk to me like that. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm
talking to a senior citizen the way you're speaking to me. How dare you?
I really do apologize for that. You get me wrong, all right? I'm just trying to explain
No, I
to you,
didn't
ma'am.
get you wrong. You're being rude. So carry on and do your job.
I really do.
Okay?
I really do.
Hurry up and do it.
Okay. All right. And ma'am, let me also ask you,
I tell you what, you're going to make me explode
email?
upon you. I'm going to unleash the fury upon you if you don't treat me with more respect and dignity.
Ma'am, there is any kind of email associated with your account, like Gmail
I have no
or
idea.
Yahoo,
My
something
son
like that?
set all this crap up.
So why you call Xfinity? You have to contact with your son.
Hey,
if your
hey,
son all
hey,
that,
listen up,
no.
dumbass. Okay? I log in with my phone number for the past 6, 7, 8 years, however long it's been. Today's the first day it doesn't work with my phone number. So you tell me why. You look up my phone number on your system, and you find out what happened to my account, you stupid moron.
I do. Ma'am, don't use these kind of words, because we are in a live recorded line,
you
all
are,
right?
You are
These
so
lines are
stupid.
recording under the Better Business Bureau and calls recording frivolity.
The Better Business Bureau is a third-party company. It has nothing to do with... Who cares about the Better Business Bureau, you idiot?
I'm the floor manager.
No, you're
Same
not.
to you.
No, you're not the floor man. You're a fresher. I can tell. You're a fresher.
I'm not fresher.
You are a fresher.
You seem like.
Oh, you think I'm a fresher?
All right.
You think I'm a fresher?
Yeah, because no. Let me just tell you one more thing, if you don't mind. I
do
believe
mind,
that
because
you
everything
are
you've
a senior
said so
citizen.
far has been really
You are a
stupid.
senior
You
citizen
sound
because
so
your voice
dumb.
is so young. Your voice is so young. I thought that you are under just 13
Oh,
years
shut
old.
the do you know how many times I've heard that on the phone with scammers like you? Why are you so quiet right now? What happened?
Because, ma'am, you are not listening me.
Oh,
That's
sorry
why
about
I'm
that.
just quiet.
Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. Dang it. I really do apologize. I don't know what came over me. Please go ahead. And
I really do apologize.
and hurry the
My
up
side
when
has
you
come.
do it, okay?
Again, you are using this kind of words. Don't do
Cool out.
kindly, ma'am.
Calm
this
down.
Is a recorded.
Would you please?
All right.
Would you please calm
You
down
too.
and just do your job, please?
I'm calm down. I'm very relaxed.
You're
You have to
frustrated.
be
You're
calm down, ma'am.
stuttering over your words because you're frustrated. Now just stop doing that. I'm not gonna believe it.
Ma'am, totally. I'm not frustrating. I'm very happy in my life.
No,
I
you
have
don't
a
sound
girlfriend.
like it.
I have 3 girlfriends.
I doubt that very seriously. It doesn't sound like you are very comfortable speaking with women, meaning that you probably don't have a
Oh.
girlfriend and that you probably have never had sex in your life before or even kissed a girl on the mouth.
I do. I had a lot of with my girls.
I seriously
How you
doubt
can say
that. I seriously doubt that. A person who has had a lot of doesn't go around bragging about it like you're doing. You obviously have something to prove about your manhood and your masculinity, and I'm not buying it. It's not working on me. So let's continue getting my account back to operating order.
You make me laugh. You are too funny.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad I'm giving you a laugh. That's one good thing that I have going
Yeah.
for me. But you
Exactly,
don't
that's
have a
the good thing.
personality. You don't even have a personality, so there's nothing really to be entertained with when I speak to you.
How dare you to talk to me like this?
What?
Just shut the off.
What?
How dare you to talk like me? You don't supposed to talk like me.
Sir.
Like that. All right?
Sir.
You don't supposed to.
Sir.
Yeah. You have to call me sir because I'm the manager over here. I'm not the employee. I'm not the representative. Don't talk me like this again.
Wait.
All right?
Are you the floor supervisor of Synapse Digital? Synapse Digital?
So if you know that, so why you call?
Do what?
You need some entertainment. You need some company. That's why you continuously talking to me.
A whole lot of people need entertainment,
That's
sir.
the thing. Now I figure out.
Can you please
If you
calm
need,
down, please?
entertainment,
Can you cool out for a second? Just calm down. Just take a deep breath and all that. And take a glass of water, please.
I think you are a motivation speaker.
Do
You
what?
are? You are the motivation speaker?
No, I'm probably your worst nightmare, but I've said that to people before, but they didn't believe me.
Yeah,
They didn't believe
that's
me.
why I just asked you because it seems like because I totally confused. Like you have a confused personality.
Yes, yes,
You
I
know?
do. Yes. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Yeah, finally you admit that.
Yeah, I literally
Alright,
have
so
no
I
idea
just
what's
wanna
going
clear
on
things out
here,
from
sir.
your
I have
side. If
no
you need
clue what's
entertainment,
happening
I
here.
can give you entertainment as well. You need some entertainment, you need some company, I can provide you, but I'm gonna charge for this. And after maybe in couple days, like after the couple of days, we gonna also meet up, you know, Netflix and chills.
Oh,
Something
no,
like that.
no. I think the only people that are going to be meeting up with you is the FIA when they kick your door down.
Oh, you wanna suck my dick?
There you go, sweet. This is what scammers usually do when they feel threatened. When they feel threatened by scam baiters like myself.
All right, so things got pretty nasty there, as they often do whenever Neld Harris trolls scammers. So now let's confront these guys and let's bring down this entire scam call center.
Thank you so much for calling Xfinity. This is Jason. How may I assist you today?
It seems like my bill was too high last month, and I'd like it to be reduced.
No problem. There is one such promotion for you, okay? With the same services that you're using right now, your bill is gonna be lowered down to $55 every month. Is that gonna be good?
Oh yes, that'll work just fine. Aleem.
Okay, just give me a second.
Hey, is this Aleem? Aleem. Hey, Aleem.
Just a second.
Look at me. Listen, Aleem. We need to talk right now, Mr. Aleem. I know exactly where you are. I know what you're doing. I know that you're running Xfinity scams right now. I know that you work for Synapse Digital. Okay?
So Aleem here panicked whenever I brought up his real name and told him the real name of the scam call center there in Lahore, Pakistan. You're now watching him go to one of his buddies to report that something is amiss in the call center. So at this point, they're kind of in full panic mode and they start to disappear off of their phone systems. And I was able to open up the microphone of one of the other scammers here, and you can hear them talking about a hacker. And then one of them gets curious and decides to call me. Yeah, what can I do for you today?
Yeah, this is Kevin. We just received a call from your side, that's why I just called you back.
Let me talk to Aleem, because I was just talking to him a second ago, and I got some pretty crazy news for you guys right now. You know what I mean? And I think that Aleem might want to hear about it. If you want to let me speak with him.
You can tell me, and I will let him know about this.
What's your name, bro?
My name is Martin.
I've never heard of that guy. I've heard of Hassan and Yasir and Husafa and Ahmed. I know about the shareholders of Synapse Digital. Did you want to let me talk to Aleem right now, or are you going to continue to play games with me?
I will share his phone number, personal phone number. You can contact him.
He's next to you in the office, bro. He's right there. Right next to the big Synapse Digital sign. Why are you so quiet on me right now, dude? Why are you so quiet on me right now?
What is Synapse?
Look on the wall. Look on the wall, scammer. It says Synapse Digital. So you can hear them get a little bit freaked out whenever I bring up the sign that is right there on the wall of their call center. Then the agents kind of all came offline at the same time. I'm assuming that they unplugged their Wi-Fi router. But one of them, Ahmed, who is frankly a sorry excuse for an IT guy, but is also one of the 25% shareholders of the scam call center here. He opens up his PC, I guess thinking that he didn't get hacked, and he starts to investigate what happened. And this might be the last opportunity that I have to confront this guy before they all reset their PCs. So I open his webcam and confront him directly. Ahmed, the IT guy. Hey man, you really messed up today. You're not a good IT guy, dude. So he shut down his PC pretty quick there, but this is not the last that we're going to hear from Ahmed. Later on, I'm going to have a chat with him. We're going to be typing to each other, and you'll see him claim that he is done scamming forever, which I do not believe. But in the very least, I do think that this is going to put a significant dent in their income and will keep them out of business for a good long while. So now we're going to focus our attention on one more of these scammers. His name is Azar. He is listed as the finance executive at Texan Bull, the US-based LLC, which is used to steal money from victims in the Texas area. Now, this guy is panicking. I keep on opening his webcam. I keep on confronting him. It happens numerous times, and for whatever reason, this guy just doesn't ever tape his webcam. He is visibly panicked here as he tries to back up some of the files on his hard drive onto a USB drive. But in the middle of it, there I am talking to him through his sound card on his PC. So let's have a look at that right now. Azar, so hey man, how's it going? I just really wanted to talk to you for a second. Are you hot? Well, why don't you turn that fan on behind you, that red fan behind you, bro? Turn that fan on. Oh, man. All right. Yo, Azar, hey, man, I'm back. I'm back. Don't freak out. No. Don't cover the webcam. Let's talk about it. Just for a second. What are you doing? Start WhatsApp at login. You're turning that off. Okay, that'll help you, bro. All right. Where are you going, man? Where are you going? Are you trying to decide right now whether you should cover the webcam or type on the computer? It's like you can only do one of those or something? Like, what are you doing? Oh, okay, there's the thumb. All right. Yo, Azar. Hey, man. I can see that you're backing up some files right now, and that is not going to do you any good. I have all those files, okay, man? We are reporting you to the FIA, and I can't figure out what you think you must be doing at this point to try to help yourself. Okay, that's probably all right. You're shutting her down. All right. Okay, he's still backing up his files. Let's pop open the webcam again. Boom! Hey, what's up again, man? How's? All right. I guess he just closed his laptop. Yo, what is up, my man? Let's talk right now. Yo, Azar, what are you doing, man? What are you? And with that, let's go ahead and chat with Ahmed, one of the 25% shareholders of Synapse Digital. He's two. afraid to speak with me on the phone, but he does have a chat with me here on AnyDesk. So
watching the Rita Panny Show, and joining me now is entertainment and royal reporter Kinsey Schofield. Let's start with Elton John, who, unlike most celebs, refused to accept a...
How did it feel when he took the lyrics to Rocket Man and he used it as a nickname for Kim Jong-un, and then he gave Kim Jong-un...
I laughed. I thought it was brilliant. I just thought, good on you, Donald. I'm the Rocket Man, yeah. Donald's always been a fan of mine, and he's been to my concerts many, many times. So, I mean, I've always been friendly towards him, and I thank him for his support. Yeah, when he did that, I just thought it was hilarious. It made me laugh.
Seemed the interviewer wanted a viral moment, Kinsey. He didn't get it. Elton said...
I think that's why it stands out to me when I hear people say this thing. You've probably heard people saying this. They say, yeah, I don't like Trump. I know he's a bad guy, but he's a businessman. And, you know, times are hard and I have to look out for me and my family. And we need a president who can be good for the economy, who's a businessman. So ask yourself, let's just say Donald Trump is a successful businessman, which I don't think he is. Is it because he's been an honest businessman? Or is it because... So Donald Trump wants to give me $70,000 in tax cuts per year. And by the way, he doesn't want to give that to everybody. But I just read, that's the average tax break for the top 1% if Donald Trump is elected president. $70,000. And you might say, well, he's going to give tax breaks to everybody, but not really, because of all the tax cuts, of all that money, nearly half of it is going to go to just the top 5%.
Did you know your license is suspended? Did you know your license is suspended? No, I had no idea. But in fact, her license was revoked. Oh, on May 13th for the same offense, which is driving while suspended. Oh.
I'm not going to get into the conversation per se. Well, if he doesn't want to, we won't go there. So, Mr. Sadar, next question. You know, it's kind of hard to say no when you've got that opportunity. But...
I want to say off the top of my head, I think driving on a suspended license is about $1,200. Yeah. Somewhere right in that area. Every municipality's different, you know, give or take a little bit.
Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade busted, seen together, showing up as a pair, maybe some might say as a couple to help Fanny's daughter, Kinaya, because she's been arrested. Here is the mugshot of Kinaya. And of course, we're defense attorneys here. We presume the innocence of all people, including Kinaya here. But it's a little bit of a curious case because Fanny happens to be the prosecutor for the entire county. Hello, this is your daughter. So you're supposed to have your house in order before you start prosecuting everybody else. And my question is Fanny Willis also going to punish her to the fullest extent of the law? Very curious. We'll see what happens here. But that's the daughter of Fanny Willis. We're also going to see that Nathan Wade showed up here. We're going to go through the body camera footage here. We're also going to go through the actual traffic citation and the incident report seen here together. But here's some background over from the Daily Mail, which broke this. They had the exclusive on it. They said that her daughter, who's pregnant, is arrested in Georgia for driving with a suspended license amid Trump's election interference case. Now, the daughter of Fanny is now posing glumly. Got arrested. My mom's the county attorney, and this is happening to me? Says her mom, shot for the mugshot, sucks to be arrested, terrible to have a suspended license. Let's see what happened with the suspended license. So Kinaya, 25, whose mom is spearheading a criminal election.
I counsel the High. The aspects will be pleased that the Council has accepted their invitation. The Dragon Isles hold great wonders and many perils.
Those who answer the call will face whatever challenges may come.
The strength of the Horde has always been its people. I am heartened to hear it. But know that the Dragon Queen will not abide conflict on her shores. The Horde honors its truce with the Alliance. To that end, the Reliquary will work together with the Explorers League on an expedition of discovery.
I expect we will learn much from one another.
Do not forget, Abyssian, that the Dragon Isles are home to the Drakthir as well. We intend to rediscover our past and lay claim to our future.
Then let our peoples make this journey together, Cindrathresh.
Agreed. Along the way, we can hone your combat skills, despite your obvious lack of wings.
I see there is much work ahead of us. Come then, the Dragon Isles await.
Hail, adventurer. I shall help you prepare for the Dragon Isles.
I am ready. What do you need?
What have you learned lately? I shall meet you at the Zeppelin once you've gathered our future expeditionary members.
What is the situation? The odds favor us.
Climbed any mountains lately? Join the expedition? We'll do more than join. We'll lead the way.
Interested in some find the Dragon Isles, you say? It would be an honor to join the expedition.
What a remarkable opportunity. Imagine all the wondrous relics collected by the Dragonflights over the ages. I will gather my wisest scholars for your expedition.
You made quick work of gathering our expedition members. I admire efficiency in my traveling companions. Have you anything new to research? A surprise attack! Go!
I did not expect to see you again so soon, my friend. After you'd answered the call of the Isles.
Something has happened, Khadgar. Something terrible.
Kalikos, tell me.
It all happened so quickly. And Rathian, young as he is, bravely or perhaps foolishly tried to stop it. But he was too late. The Tempest had already been unleashed.
She let me live with a message. They are coming to cleanse the world of the Titan's stain. Alexstrasza, who is she? What is she?
She is Razagath, youngest of the primal incarnates.
Incarnates?
4 dangerous adherents of the elemental forces. At the dawn of the Aspects, our flights embraced the Titan's gifts. They did not.
The war that followed was unimaginable. And it took all of our strength combined to banish them.
If they were so dangerous, why were they not destroyed?
I hadn't the heart to do it. We were once as clutchmates.
Time, it seems, has not quelled their fury. And look at us. Should she free her kin now, we haven't the strength to stop them. And if Iridicrum's hunger is unleashed...
Then we have no choice. If we are to be protectors once more, the aspects of our dragonflights must be made anew.
Our queen is determined, Khadgar. But we've only just begun to find who we are again. And I fear that without help, we may never get the chance to see our future secured.
Then it seems the mortal races too must answer the call and face the storms ahead.
The expedition, Zeppelin, shouldn't be too long now. Please, chat with your fellow explorers while we wait.
Adventurers, we shall depart for the Dragon Isles.
The Defiant Dragon Scale in all its spiky glory. All aboard for adventure, my friends.
Finally! I could have flown there and back again by now.
I did not mind at all. While waiting, I captured some vibrant images of the coastal wildlife.
You'll get plenty of pictures in the Dragon Isles. So many new species to document.
And maybe get eaten by.
I captained hundreds of smuggling operations, launched right under Renaissance's nose. If anyone understands subtlety in navigation, it is I.
Look at those ancient towers.
I can't wait to climb them.
Imagine the mysteries they must hold.
And all those fancy decorations we can smelt into ingots for new armor!
Focus! Keep your eyes on the sky. You never know when danger might swoop in.
the Dragon Isles, adventurers.
That Frodo dragon looks hungry.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles, adventurers.
Huh? My skin routine? Well, I try and polish myself 2 times a day. That's when I thought, maybe I'm just meant to hit things. You're starting to chip away at my patience. Me, hard-headed? I'm so down to earth.
Be wary, champions. My vault is many things, but harmless is not one of them. These whelplings perceive anyone not of my blood as a threat. Their gaze pierces. The sundered flame have been delving into my vault. They do not understand the dangers within, nor the powers they meddle with. Once, my beloved Malagos gifted me with arcane seeds. I planted them here, a little garden from him. It looks as though it has grown wild over the years. I will need you to prune it. There is no sign of the sundered flame here. Come, this way. location of my vault was chosen to harness and make use of this powerful ley line. While a marvel to behold, I'm unsure of what effects it will have on your mortal form. Do be on the lookout for the growth of extra appendages. You have discovered one of my books of translocation. Since the majority of the vault's caretakers are flightless, I incorporated a means of safe travel via these tomes.
I am out of range. Require a target.
Yes, yes. So beautiful. So powerful. All for me. no! Mine! It is all mine! Me! Take care of them! Slash you! My magic! Me! Take care of them! Slash you! My treasures! All the power. Mine, mine, mine! My treasures!
Poor Azure Blade. I do not blame her. I should have thought of her before I left. This door. I sense a breach behind it. The sundered flame must be this way.
Tear this place apart if you have to. I will expose whatever secrets she locked away within these vaults.
Tilash must not break the final seal. The consequences would be dire. Please, hurry.
Too far away. Get closer.
What is she hiding? Did she send you? Enough! Freeze! Her secrets will be mine! Now you will pay! Freeze! ballots will be mine! Freeze! Lies!
We are too late. Oh. Oh no.
Mother! My agony is yours! Get them all! Get them all!
Dear one. He knew that wild magic was dangerous, but he meddled with it anyway. By the time we found him, we could not stop the growth.
The woman who wants to rig signature doesn't allow you to do that. She's the same person
we saw in 2016 what Russia tried to do in
doesn't allow you to do that. She's the same person who wanted to throw Trump off the ballots if they were successful in Colorado. She was absolutely going to throw Trump off the ballot in Michigan. And she is now, in this video, warning people, if you're working on the election and you even think about challenging any of the work that we've done here, you better watch out, and threatening them in this short clip. Now, in addition to this, she wanted to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot when he was a threat to the Democratic Party, and now that he is going to be supporting Trump, she wants to keep him on the ballot so that RFK Jr. can pull the votes away from the president. Well, Jocelyn here, this woman who is not in office in the interest of justice or safe, sound democracy with free and fair participation, the woman who wants to rig signatures, rig ballots, throw candidates off, is now threatening workers. She now has lost. Court of Appeals says, sorry, Jocelyn, you have no basis for doing any of this. And this has been a repeated pattern from her because she's a partisan hack. So here's the threat. Before we look at the appeal, here is what she sounded like before RFK Jr. obliterated her in court.
If someone were to violate the law and not certify the election at the local level, we will come for you.
Ooh.
So any local certifier thinking of skirting the law and not certifying the vote, don't even think about it because we'll get you.
Because we'll come get you. Now, did you hear that little psychopath music they layered over this? If she doesn't already look like enough of a psychopath, and they all kind of do, not to make it about looks, but physiognomy is important, and you can tell a lot by how a person comports themselves. So that's one man's opinion on that. But here is Jocelyn. Here's the music again. Listen.
If someone were to violate the law and not certify the election at the local level, we will come for you. So any local certifier thinking of skirting the law and not certifying the vote, don't even think about it because we'll get you.
Because we'll get you. She's a psychopath. Did you hear that? And that psychopath music also on there just confirms it. So she's the same woman who was explaining that she wants RFK Jr. now to stay on the ballot, and she wants a presumption of validity for all signatures so that she doesn't have to check anything because it's presumed valid. So when Liz Cheney's signing a bunch of ballots over there, she can just shove them in. So here is the Court of Appeals opinion. You see, this case is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. versus the Secretary of State Jocelyn, the "we'll get ya" woman with the Disneyland music behind her. Coming from the Court of Appeals of Michigan, published September 6. By these judges, it's a per curiam opinion, which means it's the opinion of the court. No single judge is taking credit for the opinion. The judges writes, the plaintiff here, RFK Jr. in the House, he appeals and he declares injunctive relief because they are keeping his name on the ballot, right? The lower level court of claims said, no, her name's on the ballot. Says RFK Jr. wanted to remove his name from the general election ballot, but Jocelyn, the secretary, denied his request. Said, no, you're staying on because you backstabbed our Democratic Party, so you're staying on. Everybody can vote for you in protest, and we're just going to throw those votes in the garbage. Now, because the statutory prohibition against candidate withdrawal cited by Jocelyn, because she picked some law out of her butt, because it does not apply to RFK Jr., we reverse and we remand for an entry of an order granting immediate relief to RFK Jr. Jocelyn Benson loses. So here's the background. Now, RFK Jr., he sought and got the nomination of the Natural Law Party, right? So he went through them, independent, joined their party, got on the ballot in Michigan. In April, the Natural Law Party filed a certification and listed him as their nominee. So then in August 2024, RFK Jr. suspended his presidential campaign. On August 23rd, Bobby wrote a letter to Jonathan Bratter. Bobby's going to be RFK Jr., so the director of Michigan Bureau of Elections, and he asked that his name not appear on the ballot. Bobby informed Director Brader that he intended to withdraw from the election. I'm not going to participate. Please take my name off. So Jocelyn Benson then responded in a short email on August 26th and declined to accept RFK's withdrawal. Says, sorry, you're going to stay on the ballot. And so according to Jocelyn, she said, well, I found some citation, some law, this statute 168.686A2. It says Michigan election law does not permit minor party candidates to withdraw. Sorry. Says Jocelyn has made no effort to rely on that subsection once the litigation in this matter began. However, it appears by all accounts that the subsection does not even apply to Bobby. After additional email exchanges, Jocelyn, so they said, well, you're ridiculous. Lawyers send emails back and forth, blah, blah, around and around we go. She again said, no, sorry, Bobby, you're not going anywhere. You're going to stay on this ballot, and it's going to stink for Trump. Now, this time she cited Section A4 and stated that in her estimation, Bobby could not withdraw his name from the ballot at all. Different section. So then RFK Jr. filed a complaint in the Court of Claims, and he sought mandamus relief, right? He asked the court to do something, mandate something happen, mandate my name come off the ballot. Bobby filed his complaint after hours on the Friday of a holiday weekend, Labor Day weekend. The complaint was docketed on September 3rd. That same day, and without receiving an answer, the Court of Claims denied relief in a written opinion, all right? So an answer meaning the state didn't even respond, the government didn't respond. So you can see just how corrupt all levels are in this unfortunate state. But the Court of Claims, they get it, it comes in the same day, right? They receive this complaint. Normally, the complaint's against the government. So if you're a court, you'd hear from the government, hey, they have a complaint against you. Would you like to answer this complaint? What's your position on it? Okay, yeah, so we're gonna set a deadline, complaint received, government has 10 days to respond, schedule a date on the calendar, government, you have notice of this complaint, they serve the complaint on you, and now they're going to get this delivered, 10 days from now, and everybody has a time to make their opinion heard. The Court of Claims relied on MCL 168.686A4, which again, she changed a little bit. So remember, you can see the difference here. It goes from A2 in her first email. So Jocelyn's like, oh no, A2, sounds good, pick that one. Her team's, and then they're like, well, actually, A4 is a little bit better, right? You can see they switched it to A4. So we're gonna use that one instead. So the Court of Claims didn't even wait for the government to respond. They just said, no, sorry, Bobby, you're done, get out. They said that they relied on the A4, which was the updated version, in support of its conclusion that Bobby was not entitled to have his name withdrawn. So then Bobby filed his claim of appeal, RFK Jr. Now, along with his appellate brief on September 4th, very fast turnaround, 10 p.m. Consistent with this court's order, Jocelyn has filed her appellee brief on an expedited basis. So then RFK Jr. submits his, she files hers, and we're ready to go. We've got both sides now that are up to speed. Court has both drafts. We're ready to go. It says, at its core, Bobby, RFK Jr. contends that he is entitled to a writ of mandamus. He's entitled to have the court say, take my name off the ballots, and then everybody in the state follow that order. This court reviews for an abuse of discretion. The trial trial court's decision whether to grant or deny this relief. So did the lower level court, right? Sometimes we ask ourselves, we hear different phrases like you can only appeal and reverse if there is a manifest injustice, which is one standard. Or you hear another standard called de novo review. And de novo is like, we're going to look at it fresh with a fresh set of eyes, like it's a brand new case landing on our desk. It's kind of a benefit if you're appealing it. But if you're appealing it and the standard is manifest injustice, you're only going to get relief and we're only going to reverse if it's a manifest injustice. Like, oh crap, you know, as the person appealing, you have a real high burden, a bar to hit. This is a high standard too, abuse of discretion. So in order for this court to grant RFK Jr. relief, he's going to have to find that the lower level court literally abused their discretion. So another judge has discretion and he abused it. They say mandamus is an extraordinary remedy that will only issue if the standards are very high. The court is not going to just mandate, order people to do things unless there's very good cause to do it. That's why it's an abuse of discretion standard. So here's what RFK Jr. had to show, and as we'll see he did, that they had a clear legal right to the performance of a specific duty, that the defendant, in this case Jocelyn, had a clear legal duty to actually do the thing. The act is ministerial, right? There's no other adequate legal or equitable remedy that might achieve the same results. As an initial matter, Jocelyn Benson, the secretary, she argues that Bobby's complaint is barred by the doctrine of laches. Now this matter was not even raised before the Court of Claims because the court issued its opinion before Jocelyn had the opportunity to even answer this, right? So now she's like, well, on appeal, I'm going to bring up laches, which is like, you should have brought this claim earlier. It's too late and you're out of luck. Now they note that the statutory deadline, Jocelyn says sorry, but they didn't bring this up in the lower level court because there was no time to do that because the court just said sorry. They say Jocelyn notes that the statutory deadline to send county clerks the list of candidates is Friday, September 6th. So she's like, it's too late. Sorry, you're already in on this. And she says that this section requires notice at least 60 days in advance of the election. So
good stuff. I changed the name from King's Taxes to King's Tips so people understand that it is a tips counter, because some people were trying to contribute in other ways and didn't realize it wasn't counting towards that, and I felt like that was deceptive, so that's why I changed it to King's Tips. This person again. Thank you, Mr. Magyar, for super chatting. That was dope shit. Oh, that's so annoying. For some reason it hits me. What happened there? I couldn't do anything. What? She's playing basic pattern and unsafe shit, and the game will not allow me to punish any of it. She does sweep, and the game says, oh, that's safe. Safe sweep. Can't do anything. I pressed jab. She stuffed it with throw. That did giant combo. Nothing I can do.
Do you have a theory?
I literally can't get out of the corner right now. I can't do anything. There's nothing to what she's doing. It's 100% pattern shit, and I can't get out of it, and I don't have a reversal that stops throw. I can't get butt stomped. Twice in a row, I didn't get it. I got fucking jumping roundhouse. What the fuck? Dude, I can't get it. I got no luck. Are you shitting me? I got no kind of luck at all. Unreal. That's not what I wanted. Half game. No, Manoa's not top tier at all. The problem is that Manoa's moveset kind of counters Honda because Honda's weak to throws. Didn't fall for it. What a horrible move.
This is Borough Park, the most Jewish Orthodox community in the United States. Jewish people make up 2.4% of the United States, and a new poll was released that 72% of American Jews now side with Kamala Harris. So I took to the streets of Borough Park to ask residents there a simple question. Do you want Trump or Harris to win?
Trump.
Why Trump?
Because he would do much better in the office than Harris.
In what way? What would he do differently?
Stop the wars, stop making the things go down, prices, everything.
He would stop inflation?
Yeah.
How would he stop the wars, do you think, in Israel and Ukraine? What do you think he would do?
Send in his troops.
Send in American troops?
Yeah.
So, do you want Trump, when he becomes in office, to send American troops into Gaza?
Yeah.
You want that? Okay. And how do you see this war ending in Gaza?
If Trump is in office, will end like smoothly.
Do you want Israel to be in control of all of Gaza after this is over?
Yeah.
Yeah? Any other reasons that you like Trump?
Not really.
Are you voting for Trump or Harris?
Trump 2024, 2030, 2040, all year round, all life.
Can you say why? Why do you want Trump?
I think he has better policies. He has our economy in mind. He wants to help us with the immigrants. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think Harris is a good option.
What do you mean by Trump wants to help with immigrants? What do you mean by that?
By closing off the borders, and ever since the borders were open, we've been seeing a lot of bad things happen to our country. We don't know who's coming in, and it doesn't feel like America's safe anymore by letting anybody come in. So
despite everything that's going on in the world, there's still about 50% of Jews in America are liberal. What do you say to those Jews in America?
I think they need to get their priorities straight and see who really has their best interests in mind. Trump loves Israel, Trump loves the Jews.
Do you want Trump or Harris to win?
Of course, Trump.
Why Trump?
Not because he was very good. He was good. He does what he says. He's a real leader.
In what way is he a real leader besides doing what he says? Is there something about his policies that you like?
Look, he's a little crazy, but he's good for the country. He's good for the world. He's good for everybody.
Why is he good for the world?
Because he knows how to organize everything and how to straighten up everything. So far, he was very good. You have nothing to say against him. And you have plenty to say against the others.
Right now, there are a lot of Jews in America that are voting for Harris. What do you say to those Jews?
They're stupid.
Okay.
They're
Why are
really
they stupid?
stupid and they're wrong.
Why are they wrong?
Because this is not what we need in the world. It's not just a matter of Jews, it's a matter of the world. It's you have to deal with the North Korea, you have to deal with China, you have to deal with so many other problems. And he knows how to fix those things.
Why do you feel like Harris couldn't deal with North Korea and all those problems? What worries you about her?
Well, the fact is that he when he was president, he took care of things that the Democrats never took care of. So
like what things?
A lot of things, you know, people who sit in prison and they didn't deserve to sit in prison because of crooked system, and it's time we should have it correct.
Prison reform that he's referring to is when Trump reduced the mandatory minimum sentences for certain nonviolent drug crimes. He offered vocational training for inmates and allowed inmates to be placed closer to their families.
Okay, so here's the Earth. Chilling. Damn, that is a sweet Earth, you might say. Wrong. Alright, ruling out the ice caps melting, meteors becoming crashed into us, the ozone layer leaving, and we're definitely going to blow ourselves up. Okay, so basically we've got China, France, India, Israel, Pakistan, Russia, the UK, and us with nukes. We've got about 2,600 more than anybody else. Whatever. Anyway, one day we decide those Chinese sons of a bitches are going down. So we launched a nuke at China. While it's on its way, China's like, shit, who the fuck is shooting us? Oh well, fire missiles. Then France is like, shit guys, we got the missiles, they are coming, fire our shit. But I'm a little tired. Well, have a nap, then fire the missiles. Meanwhile, Australia is down there like, WCF, mates. India, Israel, and Pakistan launched their shit, so now we've got missiles flying everywhere, passing each other. Russia's like, ah, motherland! Then England's like, about that time, eh, chaps? Righto. So now the US is like, fuck, we're dumbasses. Canada's like, what's going on, eh? Australia's still like, WTF. Mars is laughing at us, and some huge meteor's like, well, fuck that. So, now we've got nuclear winter. Everyone's dead except Australia. And they're still like, WTF. But they'll be dead soon. Fucking kangaroos. But, assuming we don't blow ourselves up, us Californians just have to worry about California breaking off from the United States to go hang with Hawaii. Alaska can come too. The end!
On May 10th, 2024, sheriff's deputies in Tampa, Florida, were dispatched to a Walmart following a report of shoplifting. The suspects involved were identified as two sisters. Further details regarding the incident, such as the items stolen or any subsequent actions taken by law enforcement, may have been reported by local news outlets or law enforcement agencies.
Your ID's on you? Okay. Huh? That's fine. We'll get your parent out here. She's on her way. Okay.
Alright, can we get your IDs?
Get your IDs. Come on.
Maybe it's easier we can do it the hard way.
I would just like, I'll show you my ID. Trust me, I'm not trying to not comply, but I want all the video footage to be shown first. That's fine. We're going to see all the video footage, but we need your IDs first. We also need your IDs. We're trying to speed this up.
So you can either give us our IDs or you can go in handcuffs right now. What do you want to do?
What is the issue? Why are you guys
We need to identify you.
I want to wait for my parent to get here first. You're a minor too, no, I'm not, but she is, and I'm not getting her anything.
Okay, so if you're not a minor, you're about to go.
Upon arriving at the scene, officers discovered that the store's surveillance system had recorded the siblings covertly placing items into a purse. When approached by loss prevention agents, the sisters resisted arrest, escalating the situation. This resistance likely led to further intervention by law enforcement to apprehend the suspects and address the shoplifting incident by legal protocols.
Give us ID or not?
Okay, that's fine. Like I said, I will. I want to see the video footage. This is so extra. Let me take my phone. Take the person and that's fine. Like I said, I'm not resisting. Go ahead. You sure about that? We're about to add that charge on there. I would like her to have what you've been doing right now is resisting. I hope you know that. I'm being literally pushed across this room. No, you're not. I did not drop anywhere. I did not fight myself. That's fine. It's all in body cam. I said she can have my phone and my purse. That's literally it. They're arrested. This whole thing is extra as hell. She's detained. Not arrested. Detained.
Would you like to take a seat? Or?
No, I wouldn't. Mom says stop talking. You're represented by an attorney.
So at this time, the merchandise concealed in her purse. This one headbutted me, right?
I did.
I don't know how the black dress starts concealing into the purse.
Okay. And that's what, like deodorant and crap?
What's all of it? Like I said, we haven't recovered the merchandise, so I don't have a dollar amount yet.
Where's the purse?
Purse is right there.
Okay, cool. This one? So did y'all just come from Washington State? Yes. And y'all just come to Florida and steal? That's what we do?
The officers initiated the investigation by reviewing footage from the store's surveillance system to ascertain the true events leading up to the confrontation. By analyzing the footage, they aimed to uncover the underlying reasons behind the shoplifting incident involving the two sisters at Walmart.
All right, you can pass it easy way or hard way. You got both stole. You don't want to cooperate, you can both go to jail. If you want to cooperate, there's this other way you can work it. I'm just asking your name. I'm not asking questions about this.
She's more than willing to wait for her parents.
He had a chance to win because he dropped my combo for the millionth time tonight. So fucking dumb. Alright, well, a good stream. By the way, I have one final shout out to do here.
We will not go to his house.
Okay. Well,
My
do we
daughter
need to
don't hang out
clarify
at
what's
dope
going to occur then?
She don't hang out at dope houses, Your Honor. No, sir. You want to be
Sitting
investigated?
there talking like this to me.
You want to be investigated? Because we can take it there, Mr. Moss.
For the record, this matter is before the court for purpose of reviewing DNA test results. This hearing is being conducted via Zoom. Present is Attorney Christine Hills representing the plaintiff, Robert Moss. Mr. Moss is present. In addition, defendant Tiffany Budell is also present. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Your Honor.
The court is in receipt of a DNA test report dated December 14th, 2023, which indicates there's a significant probability of paternity on the part of the defendant, the plaintiff, alleged biological father, Robert Moss. 99.9999% probability of paternity. Ms. Hills, I think your office provided the court with a copy of this DNA test report. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Budell, we just lost your video. Are you still present, Ms. Budell?
I am here, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I'm just having an issue with the computer.
Okay, as long as we can hear you, that's fine. Ms. Budell, did you receive a copy of this DNA test report?
No, but I know he is the father.
Ms. Budell, did you receive a copy of this DNA test report?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Hills, can you, someone needs to mail a copy to Ms. Budell?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I believe she would have received a copy from the testing agency. That's my fault.
Ms. Budell, Ms. Hills will mail you a copy. Do you want to see a copy of this report before we proceed any further?
No, I know he's her. No, he's the father. No, I don't need that.
Okay. All right. So you acknowledge then that courts have received a written report from DNA Diagnostics dated December 14, 23, which indicates that there's a significant probability of paternity on the part of Robert Moss as being the biological father of the minor child Shiloh. And you acknowledge that, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I do recall you previously suggested or acknowledged that he was a biological father, but we now have certainty with respect to that. Ms. Hills, you recalled, did the court take testimony for both parties?
No, I don't believe so, Your Honor. I believe that there was some testimony taken when Ms. Zagorski covered for me. I recall that from her notes.
All right, well, it wouldn't hurt to just briefly go through this again. Mr. Moss, Ms. Budell, can you both please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you both solemnly swear from the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Sills can begin with Mr. Moss, please, confirming his acknowledgement to receive his DNA test report and his testimony regarding paternity, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Moss, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Robert Belton Moss.
All right, and you have recently come into possession of DNA testing results from the DDC testing agency, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were determined to be the father of Shiloh in a greater than 99.999% probability, is that correct?
Yes.
And you in fact were tested by the lab affiliated with DDC?
Yes.
All right. And do you acknowledge that those paternity DNA test results are accurate?
Yes.
And are you asking, and is that, were you involved in a sexual relationship with Ms. Budell at the time this child would have been conceived?
Yes.
All right. And are you asking the court to determine you legally to be the father of Shiloh?
Yes.
All right. And do you have any questions about that or concerns about that as you sit here today?
No.
All right. Does the court require any other facts to be elicited?
No, thank you, Ms. Hills. Ms. Budell, can you please state your name and current address for the record, please?
Tiffany Budell, 45.
Thank you. Ms. Budell, did you hear the testimony of Robert Moss this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is his testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, he is her father.
Okay, and once again, under oath, you acknowledge that Mr. Moss is the biological father of your child, Shiloh. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sills, do you have any questions, Ms. Budell?
I do not. Thank you.
All right, based on the DNA test report, as well as testimony of parties, the court specifically finds and determines that the plaintiff, Robert Moss, is in fact the biological father of my own child, Shiloh Moss. Date of birth, the court does not recall offhand. Is Mr. Moss on the birth certificate of the child?
No, he did not sign it.
Okay, all right. All right, the parties have conferred with Ms. Anderson in front of the court this morning regarding the paternity. The court having determined paternity, the next step, of course, is to address parenting time, child support, and so forth. The court has received a fine recommendation from Ms. Anderson this morning. Is that the parties shall share joint legal of the minor child with the plaintiff, defendant mother having physical custody of the minor child, Shiloh. Father shall have parenting time as follows: every Sunday from 12 noon to 4 p.m. and every Wednesday from 5 to 7 p.m. And the parties can agree to adjust those dates and times if needed. It's further recommended that the issue of child support be referred to the front of the court for formal investigation recommendation, with each party having 21 days in which to object to the front of the court recommendation. If there is no timely objection, the recommendation in front of the court shall become an order of the court. The effective date of that child support shall be January 1st, 2024. And neither party shall make any disparaging remarks about the other parent in front of the minor child. And finally, the parties shall appear before this court to review parenting time as well as child support on February 13th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. via Zoom. That's the recommendation. Ms. Sills, is this recommendation agreeable with Mr. Moss this morning?
Your Honor, with the understanding that the custody provisions are temporary and without prejudice, yes, it is.
Yes, the recommendation does make clear that they are temporary without prejudice, joint legal physical to mom. Ms. Budell, do you understand the recommendation this morning?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection to the court adopting this recommendation?
I would just like for the child support to be retroactive since birth, Your Honor. That's.
Well, if you wanted that, you should have petitioned for paternity and child support back then. Ms. Budell, so the court cannot go back to the date of birth because it's whoever petitioned, and Mr. Moss was one that petitioned for a finding of parentage and paternity, so it will be effective. Whether it's, the only issue is whether it's effective commences December 1st or January 1st. January 1st should be because we've just finally determined paternity today. So the court believes that the child support should be effective You could have taken the affirmative steps back then, Ms. Budell, but you didn't. So the child support will, whatever amount is ordered, will be effective January 1st, 2024. With respect to this parenting time, does Mr. Moss have a car seat for the child?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that he's going to be exercising it at Ms. Budell's home or a mutually agreed upon location. She's going to be there to assist him in warming up to the child. He hasn't seen her very frequently over the last few months. Is that your understanding, Mr. Moss?
Yes.
All right, well, that makes sense. And actually, I missed part of the recommendation. The recommendation for parent time was every Sunday, 12 to 4, every Wednesday, 5 to 7, and every Friday, 4 to 6. So I missed that third day of the week. So a couple hours, 3 days a week. And Ms. Budell, you're agreeable that Mr. Moss can come to your home to develop a relationship with Shiloh?
Well, I said we would meet somewhere, like the Funland or Fantastic or dinner, or that's what we do now, and it works great. We don't always have to meet at my home.
Well,
I have 5
Funland
children.
In Monroe, I know, but the Funland in Monroe, how old is Shiloh?
That's where we go. She's 15 months.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
the court took the grandchildren out to the Funland. It's just a bunch of bouncy houses, not really a place for a parent to just spend time with the child. And sometimes the child's more that age, more comfortable in a home, especially your home.
Yeah, so they do have a
they do?
toddler section there. They do have a section that he plays with her in, and they have sofas and they sit and watch whatever. We don't go there often. It's just an example of things that we can do besides sit at my house.
Okay. So you're not opposed to even exercise parent time at the home of Mr. Moss, correct?
We will not go to his house.
Okay. Well, do
My
we
daughter
need to
don't hang
solidify
out at
where this is going to occur
houses.
then?
She don't hang out at dope houses, Your Honor. No, sir. No, Your Honor. My daughter does not go. No, Your Honor. Ooh.
Wow, can we do something about this?
Yeah, we will. We will. You want to be
She could just keep
investigated?
sitting there talking about like this to me.
You want to be investigated? Because we can take it there, Mr. Moss.
Oh yeah, we need to check your house out too, because you need to get people looking in your house with all your covers and stuff, not covered for children.
All right.
How about that?
It sounds like the two of you can agree. Obviously, Mr. Budell, you chose him to be the father of your child, so you need to live with that. You're gonna deal with him as the father of your daughter's.
That's great.
Father of your daughter until she changes age of 18. This court's going to direct these matters.
Yes,
so,
Your Honor.
Okay.
My
So
job
where
as a
the
mother
time
is
take place? Then?
Shiloh.
It'll take any place agreeable between the parties other than Mr. Moss's home. Is that what you're asking, Ms. Budell?
That's all I'm asking, Your Honor.
What if we can't agree then?
That's someone's got to help me protect Shiloh. I'm shaking, Your Honor. Like, we don't have that lifestyle. When I
Ms.
lived at that
Budell?
house, I shut everything
What if you
down.
cannot agree? Does the court need to order where it's going to occur? Can you agree?
If Shiloh was to get sent to one of his houses, that's not safe for Shiloh.
Well, you're going to be present.
No. We don't want to be a part of that lifestyle, Your Honor. Let's just avoid it.
Will this be hold on. Will this be unsupervised parenting time then? You'll simply drop them off at the Funland and you'll leave?
Never.
Okay.
Something
so
bad.
That's why I'm asking this. We need to clarify this is supervised parenting time. Ms. Sills, that you understand be supervised?
That mother would be present during his parenting time. And for now, while we disagree with everything that she said about his alleged lifestyle and the lack of safety of his home, and we'll be prepared to address those issues at the next hearing with photos and whatever else we need to show that his home is appropriate for Shiloh. We do agree that the parenting time be exercised other than at his home for the next few weeks, and that mom be present.
Right, thank you. So we'll clarify the recommendation, Ms. Budell and Mr. Moss, that the parenting time will occur at such locations that may be mutually agreeable, and it should be supervised in nature by Ms. Budell. So you can agree upon whether it's a restaurant, McDonald's Playland, the Funland of Monroe. I don't know of any other appropriate places, or I guess the home with Ms. Budell, if that's satisfactory. But it's got to be a location that's mutually satisfactory and we can discuss other locations when we come back on February 13th to discuss parenting time. Let's see how things go.
Okay.
All right, so are you comfortable with that, Ms. Budell? Between now and February 13th, it'll be at locations to be mutually agreeable and supervised by you. Understood? Ms. Budell, the court cannot hear you. You need to turn up your volume. We cannot hear you. Court cannot hear you. Maybe turn off your audio. Maybe we can hear you then.
The causeway must be
Turn off your video. Ms. Bundell, you need to check your settings. We cannot hear you. Perhaps turn off your video, and then we can maybe hear you on audio, but we cannot hear you, Ms. Budell. So, Ms. Anderson, you can modify your recommendation, Kate, the parenting time, Michelle, be supervised at the location mutually agreeable, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
That makes sense. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Budell is gone. Hopefully she'll be reconnecting in one moment. I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
No problem.
Your Honor, I also updated for it to be supervised by mom for parenting time.
Thank you.
Your Honor, is the court satisfied with the court's form order as the order affiliation, or would you like me to do a more formal order?
I'll leave it to you, Ms. Ells. The court's comfortable with the recommended order. For Ms. Anderson, I think it's very thorough. When you receive that, if you think something else needs to be added, you can do that. If you need
Very
to.
well.
Who is Mr. Sherrard Management?
Can OC speak?
Who?
Yes, can you hear me, Judge?
Yeah.
Wait, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Wait, hold up. I can't hear you. Hold on, let me see why. Okay, can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
I don't know why I can't hear you. Hold up, bear with me. Let me see why I can't hear you. Let me check my microphone for a second. Oh, Lord. I don't know what's going on. You guys can't hear me.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, OC.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, something was wrong with my speaker. I had to get it off the speaker and put it on the laptop. Okay, now, yeah. Yes, how you doing, Judge?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm awesome. I'm just in representation here with Miss Amber Williams. No, I'm not a lawyer or anything like that. I'm just an accredited and litigation specialist. I do a lot of these cases with my clients just on as they are allowed to allow me on to actually go through these court meetings with them just in case for assistance.
Ms. Thane, do you have any position on allowing Mr. What is your name, sir?
It's OC Sherrod. I've been on the previous 3 calls as well. With this makes the 4th, which Miss Shipman, the last few times allowed myself to be on, but I didn't have to say too much in particular at this time, which this time I may not have to say anything as well, but I'm just here as a support for Ms. Amber Williams in the event that she would like me to speak on her behalf.
We are always
Ms. Thane?
Well, if Ms. Shipman allowed it, then I have no problem with that, no objection.
Okay. All right. We are here on a previously filed, and let me call the case formally. We're on the record in Capital 1 NA versus Amber Williams. The case number is Butler County 23 LM 442. Capital 1 appears by and through Nicole Thane. Ms. Williams appears in person and pro se. She also has appearing with her her credit specialist, OC Sherrod. Ms. Thane, Ms. Williams, we were last here on a motion by Capital One seeking that the court grant summary judgment for the prayed for balance in the case and make such and any other orders as would be appropriate. The concerns the court had were just to be able to hear in detail and from a procedural perspective, particularly what Ms. Thane for her firm thought were appropriate reasons for the granting of the summary judgment. Also, I know that there was an answer in the case earlier on where Ms. Williams had indicated basically that it was an affirmative defense in her view that she didn't owe any money in the case. I think there have subsequently been some interrogatories filed, and that might bear on the appropriateness of granting summary judgment. And I guess, Ms. Thane, I would just like you, if you would please, to kind of go step by step through the reasons that you think the court should grant summary judgment. And I can tell you that one concern Ms. Williams had raised previously was that she had sought to get some answers to several questions. I don't know if you have this document before you, but she had sought an original contract agreement with a wet ink signature stating that she received a product or service, an original contract agreement with a wedding signature stating that the company could purchase this debt with personal information attached, copy of collection agency license that states your company can collect the debt, proper court order or summons to court signed by a judge with an accurate court date, documentation stating that your company is representing the original creditor, and documentation that your company did not violate any laws. And so I recognize that you might be speaking to some of those issues in lieu of necessarily having a document to provide, but if you could please just go through the rationale for the summary judgment from Capital One's point of view, I would appreciate it.
Sure. Well, we had propounded discovery to Ms. Williams on June 22nd of this year for its first request for admissions, interrogatories, and request for production of documents. And actually, the defendant has 14 days to respond to those from the date that she receives them. Otherwise, her requests for admissions under Kansas law are deemed as admitted. And basically, the statement of material facts are admitted at that time. And plaintiff's motion for summary judgment has listed the statement of uncontroverted material facts, stating that basically stating that there is an amount owed by Ms. Williams to Capital One in the amount of $2,779.96. And that's plaintiff's basis on its motion for summary judgment, and the reason why we're requesting to have that granted at this time.
Okay. And did you at any point receive her request for the documents I had indicated, or do you have any other response to that request? It appears that she had put something certified mail. It seems to have come back perhaps with an incorrect address, and I just don't know if you even ever received those.
We did get that. We received sent a verification of all of the. We sent all the documents.
Okay.
On a.
I don't know. Somebody's phone keeps coming on. If you could please put that on mute, I'd be grateful. Okay, so you did answer those questions, or at least provided rationale as to what your responses were with respect to those questions.
We just provided documents that we have in our possession. I mean, as far as a wedding signature, this is filed based on an account stated, which is not a contract. It's not required to have a signature. This would have been a credit card application, not a loan contract. And so there's
for the court's edification, is that something that's typically done over the phone or electronically or something like that? Is that? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes. And anymore, yes. Most of the time they're electronic.
Okay. All right. Did you have anything else you wanted to add on the question of whether the court should grant your summary judgment motion?
Not on the summary judgment, but in response to her other inquiries. It's not a purchase debt, so there's no debt buyer involved. Blitton Gaines, we're the attorney for Capital One, and we're authorized to, as debt collectors, to collect debt in the states that we're licensed in. So that's all that I have on that.
All right.
And this plaintiff does request that summary judgment be granted.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thane. Ms. Williams, what is your position on the summary judgment motion question?
Okay, well, Your Honor, I'm here today because I don't owe the balance. I spoke with the original creditors, Capital One, on October 23rd. They said the balance had been satisfied and paid in full. I'm asking for this case to be thrown out because on terms of identity theft under form of fraud. Last time I came here, Ms. Shipman said that they are the attorneys for Blitton Gaines, I asked Capital One, they don't work with third-party attorneys. And the first thing was I also had sent them 3 professional letters before anything, asking them to send a contract over showing that the wet ink signature. And then I also, for the identity theft and fraud, there wasn't a contract saying they could purchase my information. And I know in the state of Kansas, you can't have somebody's information without their consent and then come back and try to charge them to profit after me. So I've spoken to Capital One a couple times, but the last time was October 23rd when we had the last case to confirm that I don't owe the balance. They said it was sold to Blitten Games, and Ms. Shipman said last time that they are the lawyers for Blitten Games. They are not the lawyers for Capital One. Capital One does no longer, they are the original creditors, not Blitten Games, and I have not purchased a product or service from Blitten Games. I don't even know who they are. And Your Honor, also, I'm here because I'm fighting this because I have had my identity stolen before 5 years ago. And I'm just now just getting back on my knees, like fixing things. So this was very alarming to me. I don't even know who Blitten Games is. I've never done business with them. The original creditor is Capital One. I have the guy's name, Jamal, and his ID from Capital One, if you would like to call the 1-800 number and speak to him.
Okay. Ms. Thane, do you have anything by way of response to Ms. Williams?
Okay, yes. Blitten Gaines is a law firm. I work, Ms. Shipman works for Blitten Gaines. Blitten Gaines represents Capital One. Capital One filed the lawsuit. Blitten Gaines filed the lawsuit on behalf of Blitten Gaines. Blitten Gaines is not by debt. And I mean, and we requested all of the information she gave, she should have answered in discovery. Discovery was not answered. And therefore plaintiff is entitled to summary judgment today.
If she happens to be correct that somehow Capital One is no longer showing that she owes a balance, and I grant your summary judgment motion today, what would happen at that point?
Then Capital One should relay that information to us, and if we would have to vacate the judgment. But that's not information that we've been given.
Right. I just wondered, I mean, she said she'd made the call, and if that is correct, what they're telling her, then the motion or the order would be vacated and it would show as having been paid in line with what she's explaining that her call to Capital One has told her to expect. Is that right?
Our citizens would appreciate you culling their numbers, and my alchemists would appreciate you.
I mean, if it's been paid.
Right. Okay.
This is the same that they're speaking.
Right. Okay. Well, if there's nothing further from any of the parties, I think that, Ms. Williams, for your part, you've done a good job of explaining and bringing some heartfelt conviction to the consideration of what the court can make, that you don't believe you owe this debt, and you have some challenges with some of the methodology that had been at issue. And at the same time, when you receive the interrogatories, yes?
Can I have OC say something on my behalf also? Am I able to have him say something? Because
That's fine.
Okay, OC.
Hey, how you doing, Your Honor?
I'm good.
Awesome. So one of the things that and I definitely understand what Miss Thane is saying on her end, and what I just basically really think it is, because I've been on the phone with Miss Williams the last 2 times. We called Capital One together, and she allowed me to speak with them on her behalf to the gentleman we spoke to, and we spoke to a young lady before then. And what Miss Thane is basically saying is that Capital One filed the lawsuit. So the thing is, what my thing is, if they actually were the ones who filed the lawsuit, and once we called them and the balance was satisfied between Amber Williams and Capital One. So even if she actually would owe the debt to Capital One, not actual Blitting Gaines. But Blitting Gaines is actually, since they saying that they are the lawyers for Capital One, Judge, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, an actual law firm that's representing the client, which is Capital One, they would not be the one actually collecting the debt. Blitting Gaines is the one that's asking Ms. Williams to pay the debt directly to them, versus the debt should be paid directly to Capital One. And the debt to Capital One was satisfied. Now, the reason why Capital One did not notify Blitting Gaines is because Blitting Gaines is not actually a lawyer representing, their firm is not representing Capital One. Capital One has they're a Fortune 500 company, so they have a real, I forget the name of the law firm that actually supports them, but you can Google it, it's public record, but it's not Blitting Gaines. Blitting Gaines actually purchased the debt from Capital One in lieu of trying to collect for their own benefit. Because if you're representing somebody, if I'm a lawyer, I can't take money from the actual person who owed the person I'm representing. So basically what I'm saying is Blitting Gaines, based on the reactions that they have had with Ms. Amber Williams, all of the paperwork that I have seen, it's actually them trying to collect debt for Blitting Gaines. They're not trying to collect the debt for Capital One, because if that's the case, Amber, as she already did, has satisfied directly with Capital One. So, and Capital One is not going to notify Blitting Gaines of that, because they're actually not the representatives of them. If so, then what we were asking them in some of the paperwork that she sent them is for, which she has the right to do so, is ask Blitting Gaines to show the actual paperwork where you guys are actually representing Capital One directly. And if you guys are, on the 3 occasions that we spoke to them, the last guy, Mr. Jamal, wouldn't have told us, and he was a manager that works in the office, he would have not told us that Blitting Gaines, and he clearly told us that Blitting Gaines is not representing them. But they did sell the debt to them, but they are not representing them as as their lawyers. And that's why we got his information. So if we have to call him put him out, and he can actually say that, and either a typical manager or supervisor from Capital One will be able to tell you that as well.
Anything you'd like to say, Ms. Thane?
Yes, the evidence that we represent Capital One is in the petition. Again, Blitting Gaines are not debt buyers. We did not purchase this debt. Capital One hired us to, yes, collect on the debt, and if we can't collect on the debt, they hired us to file suit. And so we filed suit as evidenced by the petition. And this has been researched. The dispute and fraud claims have been put in a number of times on this case, and each time Capital One comes back to us and says no, that this claim is denied. There's been a history of payments on the account, that there's no evidence of fraud here or dispute. And again, is this fraud or did she pay it? I mean, I'm hearing conflicting things here. We didn't receive any discovery back from her, and Mr. Sherrod is not an attorney, so it doesn't sound like he knows how this works either.
Well, he might be experienced in the area, but I think that the important thing is he had a concern about the relationship with Blitt and Gaines to any prospective collections or to any debt. And you, as an officer of the court, have explained that you're serving in a representative capacity for Capital One. I think that the primary bottom line thought that this court has is that Ms. Williams, you've like I said, done a good job of presenting your concerns. I do understand where Ms. Thane's coming from in terms of feeling like a couple of the things you said are a little bit in tension, but in any event, I think you have sought help from a knowledgeable person. But at the end of the day, you were sent interrogatories, which have the effect of serving as an admission to various aspects of the case, including not objecting to the debt in question. I am going to grant summary judgment. I am going to grant summary judgment in the amount of $2,779.96. I would like you, Ms. Thane, to please include a sentence that if you receive after the fact word from Capital One that this debt is indeed already fully satisfied, a motion to vacate the judgment will be filed. I think that would speak to Ms. Williams and Mr. Sherrard's concern that Jamal had indicated that to them, and we'd be a step ahead of the game if that comes your way, if that's just included in the original journal entry.
Okay, will do.
All right. Thank you very much. And if there's nothing further, we will be in recess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And last thing, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Last thing, we'll actually call Capital One and get that documentation, because again, I understand what she's saying. Our only thing was they were actually trying to collect, instead of saying, hey, you owe this, can you call Capital One and make the payment to Capital One? They were saying that you guys have to give us the money as if the balance was owed to Blitting Games. It would be a difference if they said, hey, we're trying to collect the money to give to Capital One.
So I think we've taken all of those things into account, and I think we're at a place now where we can conclude this matter. And like I said, if there's nothing.
So asking her not to be watching my son's account because she has no concern over him anymore. And she told me that it would be stalking or harassment if I replied to her. So I just let that be what it was, because I don't care about these people. They made threats to my son, and I just want us protected. 2 days after that text that I sent, my son came to me and he had a bullet. He said he found it in his bed, and it's to a 9mm. And before this incident, we didn't own a 9mm or have any ammunition to a 9mm. We don't have anybody that comes to our house, to our property. So I'm not sure how it was placed there, but with him not having any issues with anybody else in our community, I am assuming that it's Adrian, because he had threatened to kill my son. The day of the incident, it was sometime in June, I believe, with the incident with Rigo and Layla. My son Rigo received text messages saying that someone was going to kill him also, and it came from a number where Adrian and Layla came from North Carolina, I believe. And I'm just concerned. I just want my son protected. They're saying that I filed this as retaliatory to the charges that were filed, when I had already filed something before the charges were filed. And when I was speaking to the judge about why the charges were filed, she told me that I could come down and seek a protection order, and so that's what I did.
This is based on hearsay as well.
I'll overrule that. You can keep going, ma'am.
For 16.
The judge sat in the courtroom and told me that if I was concerned about my son's safety, then to go file a no contact order. So that is what I did.
When did you learn their address?
Halloween.
Ms. Sturbis, you have any questions you wish to ask Ms. Bland?
I do, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Bland.
Hello.
So you signed this petition for protection order, and you signed that under penalty of perjury, correct?
Well, yeah, that's why it's in there, right?
Okay. And and just directing your attention to the end where you did sign the petition, you signed where you were, Olympia, Washington, correct?
Yeah.
And then you printed your name as required and you signed your name, and that's your signature, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you put the date on it because you're required to put the date on it. And you put November 17th, 2023, and that's your handwriting as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you realize that it's really important to be accurate in this petition because you're swearing under penalty of perjury that it's important to be accurate. You understand that, right?
So what's the question?
You understand that?
Well,
Ms.
yeah.
Bland, I just ask you, just answer the questions, please. You know, I know you're not happy being here. I know you're not happy having to answer these questions, but when she asks you a question, just answer it as best you can, please.
You understand how important it is to be accurate because you're swearing under penalty of perjury that everything in here is correct, right?
Right.
Okay. And at this point, did you want to make any corrections to the petition that you swore under penalty of perjury was accurate on November 17th?
Any corrections?
Right. Is there anything in there that's wrong, inaccurate, false?
Let's see. Well, I did state that when Adrian was saying something to me when I was walking away that I assumed that he was cussing at me, but he said something about being 18 years old.
Okay. Did you want to make any other corrections?
No.
Okay. So on page 7 of the petition, you put in here, and I'm going to be very specific because I want to make sure that you understand what I'm talking about. Under firearms and other dangerous weapons, and that would be section O, you put the restrained person does the restrained person have or own firearms, and you check the box yes. Correct?
Okay, he's in the military.
But it says that's not what it asks. It says, does the restrained person have or own firearms? Yes, no, or I don't know. And you check the box yes. Correct?
Right. He's told my son about guns,
And
so
then the next box that you checked, you said, even if the restrained person does not have firearms now, has the restrained person ever used firearms, other weapons, or objects to threaten or harm you? And you check the box yes, correct?
I don't have it in front of me, so I don't see it. It does
So
say
you
yes,
don't
ma'am.
remember.
I do have it in front of me.
Okay, so you did check the box yes. Okay, but then when we look at attachment E, and that's still attached to your petition that you've sworn is accurate under penalty of perjury, then we look at that and it says, does the restrained person own or have access to any firearms? That's number 1 on attachment E. And you say at that point, unknown. Correct?
right.
Okay. And also listed on your petition, and now I'd like to focus your attention on page 9. and this is under number 16, most recent incident. And so on that, when you talk about and I want to be very precise, just a second. Okay, so you say, on October 31st, 2023, I was trick-or-treating and my children came up unknowingly to Adrian's house. Layla's mom got Adrian to the door, who came outside yelling and threatening to beat my ass. So you put in your petition under penalty of perjury that he was yelling to beat your ass, yelling and threatening, correct? That's what you wrote.
Right, but after
And so
seeing the
then-
video,
but then,
I was
right. Mhm. I did have another question, but you did have an opportunity to observe the Ring video, which was recorded on his front doorstep. And on the Ring video, which I provided
that
to
Ring
you
video
for your
is
review.
edited to edit out what
Wait
he
just a
had
second,
said.
just a second, just stop. If two people are talking, I can't hear either one. Okay, so we're gonna let Ms. Sturbis finish her question. When she's done with the question, then you can answer, okay?
Okay.
So go ahead, Ms. Sturbis, you can ask your question.
Thank you. So you did observe the Ring video, and in the Ring video, isn't it true that Adrian Crane never harassed you or threatened you at all?
It's not true because at 2:58, I believe, on that video, it's edited out and it cuts the frame from somebody in the video to just all of a sudden they're gone without them walking away or anything, and then the video resumes.
So you're saying he was yelling and threatening to beat your ass?
He was yelling, but
you
I
did put in very
thought I heard him. I thought I heard him say that's what he was going to. I thought I heard him say he was going to beat my ass, but he literally said something about being 18, which is the same thing he told my son when he threatened to kick my son's ass.
Okay, understood. And then also on your petition, you say on page 11 that it says restrained person's substance abuse. And you say, is substance abuse involved? And you check the box, yes. You could have checked yes, no, or unknown. You checked yes. And then what type of substance abuse? And you put alcohol, correct?
Right. Because
that's my
sane
question.
man
That was my question.
Adrian was bringing to
Ma'am,
me.
ma'am, I get to
Adrian
ask.
was
Your Honor,
okay.
I would ask you to direct her to answer my question.
So go ahead, Ms. You might have to ask you re-ask it and then let her answer.
No, I did mark that he drank because from my assumptions, how Adrian was coming to me was not from a stable or a sane man. He was chaotic. Okay. He was
so you were
out
making
there,
assumptions. Okay, I understand. Next. So, Ms. Bland, you're familiar with using law enforcement to protect you, right? You've obtained no contact orders before against Rigo's biological father, correct?
That was done in a divorce.
Right, but you know how to use law enforcement to help protect yourself, correct?
Right, and I have to take certain days off of work because I don't have paid leave, so
I'm
I
not
have to be
asking you about taking days off work, Ms. Bland. If you could just answer my questions that I'm asking you, please.
I have certain days. I'm telling you, I have certain days I can do it.
Okay, so again, when two people are talking, I can't understand either one. So Ms. Sturbis can ask your question. Ms. Bland, you can answer.
Thank you. So you've also utilized law enforcement before. You called the police when you thought that your son stole your drugs, correct?
Actually, it's not drugs, it's medical marijuana, but you're correct.
Okay, and you've also called the police before and because you wanted to know if you could take away your son's phone, correct?
Right.
Okay, so you're very familiar that you can use law enforcement for a variety of reasons to protect yourself, correct?
Correct, but in a civil matter, they direct you to file a restraining order.
Oh, that's just, again, I'm just trying to get to a point. So,
okay, well, mark it down too.
You never called the police about any alleged threat to Rigo's life, did you?
No.
Okay. And you realize.
Do you want to know why? Because I told Adrian that there will be repercussions and
You'll get a chance,
consequences.
ma'am.
Taking my son's
You'll get a
life.
chance to respond to that. You get a chance to respond to that, but I'm going to let her ask her questions. You know, you have a chance to provide context when she's done.
Did you call the police after you were allegedly told that Adrian Crane chased Rigo into a McDonald's bathroom? Yes or no?
I did not call the police because.
Again, it's a yes or no question, and you're going to have plenty of opportunity to say whatever you want. Did you call the police when you found a bullet? Did you call the police when you found a bullet allegedly on your son's bed?
Nope.
Okay. And let's talk a little bit about that. You said that on November 28th, someone put a bullet on Rigo's bed, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
He has no.
And that was in Rigo's RV that you stated that he lives in on your original petition, correct?
That's his bedroom, yes. Okay.
And so, where is that RV? Is that behind your house? Can you just tell me? Is what?
Next to the house.
Next to the house. Okay. And about how far from the road would you say that is? Just a ballpark.
What road?
The road that people drive up to get to your house.
I have no idea how close that is to the road. There's a 6-foot gate in between.
Okay, so you have to go through a pathway and a gate to get to your house. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, and does that gate also you have to go through that to get to the RV? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you usually keep that gate open or closed?
It's open.
Okay. And did you ever personally witness Adrian exhibiting substance abuse? Personally, did you ever see Adrian either drunk or on drugs personally?
No.
Okay. And you did realize that the manager at McDonald's said that Rigo was not supposed to be at McDonald's while Layla was working, correct?
I believe that's hearsay, as there's no statement of that.
It's filed as a declaration, so I can review that, ma'am.
I didn't get that. I didn't get that served to me.
Okay, well, I do have proof that I gave that to you, so it would have been in either Layla Harp's declaration
I only
or
received
Hannah Crane's declaration. And I have the proof of all of those, and that's also been filed with the court, Your Honor.
So if he wasn't supposed to be there, why was Adrian asked to leave?
So you weren't ever advised by the manager that they weren't supposed to be working the same shifts and weren't supposed to be there at the same time after the assault charges?
No.
You never knew that? Okay.
They never told me that. No.
Okay. And with regards to, you did receive a screenshot it was attached to a supplemental declaration, and that was a screenshot of a message that you had sent Adrian that says Corinne at the top, correct? Where it starts out, you did?
Yeah, I got that.
Okay.
And I have it too.
And that text, it's a pretty long text, but in that text, that was on August 11th, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And so in that text, you wrote, and I quote, "I do believe the things you are saying. I do not think anyone should be hitting another, ever." Rigo.
Yeah, because Layla was hitting Rigo also.
And you also said, "If you have an issue with anything that happens from now until then, please come to me. I got hot just as I'm sure you did," correct?
Mm-hmm.
You went on to say, "I do not want him harassing anyone," correct?
Right. just as the same
then
as I don't want
later-
him to be harassed.
And later in the text, you say, again, could you please just message me with any issue? Correct?
Between that pertained to him and Layla and Rigo, correct? Not what
Right.
he was doing randomly. I didn't ask him to go out and parent Rigo.
Okay. And then you also say, I want any woman to do what she needs to do to make herself feel safe, correct?
Yep.
You go on to say, I told Layla this the exact day this happened, correct?
Yeah, that her and my son needed to separate, correct?
And then you said, I can't protect my son when he's wrong. I even told Layla, do not forgive this ever for anyone, correct?
That was after, correct, that was after I only heard Layla's side of the story.
But this
I didn't get a
is
chance
all
to hear
one
my son's
text.
side.
This is
Right,
all one
but
text from you to Adrian Crane. Okay, I just
I
want to make sure that
understand.
you're confirming that that's yours, okay? And then
Hang on just a second. I have a question. What date was that text sent?
August 11th.
correct?
Thank you.
And it was a Facebook message.
Okay. And so then, so you said in your statement that Layla has allegedly repeatedly hit your son Rigo, correct? You said that?
She has.
Okay.
I have
And
text
that
messages of her not wanting it be brought up at court too, to
and you
Rigo.
said that she repeatedly said that she's repeatedly hit him in his private areas, correct?
Yep.
And how many times have you reported this alleged assault to the police?
They are minors, so
That's not what I'm asking. Have you ever reported that to the police?
I'm trying to answer your question, but you're interrupting with what
Well,
you
it's a
think
yes,
I'm
no
going
question.
to say.
No, it's a yes, no question. Yes or no, have you reported these alleged assaults to the police? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then
We don't typically call the police.
and I don't have a question in front of you right now.
Well, it would be a yes or no question, so that doesn't matter.
Your Honor, can I have just 1 second before I am done with this witness? Your Honor,
Yes.
thank you.
I need to target something first.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Bland. So you mentioned when we were talking about the text message from August 11th that you hadn't had a chance at that point to talk to your son, and that's why you were maybe mistaken, correct?
Well, about the entirety of their relationship. He wasn't forthcoming of her assaults until August 11th after Adrian and I talked.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
So, ma'am, you were trying to get some words in there. Any context you wish to provide to any of the questions you gave? Any answers you gave to Ms. Sturgis's questions?
When it comes to listing Adrian as drinking, those were assumptions just based on his behavior. When he would contact me, he was erratic, very hostile. It was not a civil conversation. So my thinking is he came back from deployment and started doing something that made him act the way he was acting towards me and my son. When it comes to the McDonald's thing, I was never contacted by McDonald's about Rigo and Layla working different shifts. I was told that they wouldn't be, but I wasn't told that it was like mandatory or because I had asked them not to work the same shift. But they have worked at the same place for some time, and even though she works one shift, he might have worked later, and he doesn't have a car, and we live out of town. So if somebody's coming into town, he gets dropped off at what time he gets dropped off. And when it comes to the guns, he's in the military. Why wouldn't he have access to firearms? he's never said that he would shoot me or my son, but he did say that he would bury my son, and that's concerning with all of that is going on. I have a witness to that phone call. I also have a witness to his attempted intimidation, saying if he was going to sue me for my house because he went and got an attorney to show up to court, and was like, if she shows up something about if I go to court, then my house is his house or something. And that was all recorded when my boyfriend went to serve the papers. The text, I have no idea where that came from. All I know is that it's a North Carolina number, like Adrian and... Yes.
Okay, ma'am, I'm talking to him. And these are questions, ma'am, that you cannot answer for him. But I'm getting kind of a scratchy connection
that was
here.
turned in not too long ago. I had my buddy Curtis. He turned in a report as a witness to what happened at McDonald's on August 11th.
Is that in this case?
It should be, yes. And one more thing.
I didn't think of a second. I didn't see anything from anyone named Curtis. Possible I missed it.
His name is Zayden.
Yeah, Zayden.
He goes by Curtis. His name's Zayden.
I don't see anything from Aiden.
Zayden.
Still nothing.
But just a few days ago, Adrian
Hang on, just
so
stop,
happens
just
to
stop.
call his dad.
Right. You haven't been sworn in or anything. So go ahead, raise your right hand. Would you swear and affirm the information and testimony you provided would be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So Ms. Bland, what do you wish to have him testify to?
I wish to have him testify to what Adrian did on August 11th and the bullet that he found.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Reyes. You can speak to those two things.
So, I'll start off with the McDonald's. When that happened in McDonald's, I was very scared and for my safety, and my friend Curtis was right there, and Zayden. He also, just a few months later, because like he heard everything that had happened, he wrote it down, and I had to have him give it to my mom, and just a few days later, Adrian happens to Zayden's dad did not like that, and he was pissed. Sorry for my language. But ever since then, after the McDonald's incident, it's been bad, and me and my family were very concerned for our safety and mine. And when it happened, when I also found the bullet, we didn't own a 9mm bullet or guns or anything. And I even checked in with my mom, and that's what I was really scared of.
So I guess I want to make sure I'm clear what your testimony is with regard to this bullet. You and Ms. Bland are saying that someone came into your house, left a bullet on your bed without any of you knowing about it?
Yes, sir.
It was in the RV.
Okay. Ms. Sturbis, do you have any questions for Mr.
Rigo,
Reyes?
did you talk about
Yes,
what happened?
I do have a question.
Ms. Bland, you need to be quiet.
Okay, so you said, can you hear me okay, Mr. Reyes?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't see you. I just want to make sure we have a good connection. So, Mr. Reyes, was it you that created this typed statement? Did you type this statement?
Yes.
Okay. And so you reviewed everything and you believe that it's accurate and complete. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying that your attorney gave you Layla Harp's address, is that right? In this assault case?
Halloween.
He ensured we had the correct address.
I'm not
Ms.
asking
Bland,
you, Ms.
Ms.
Bland.
Bland. She's asking Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes, in your statement, it says that your attorney ensured that you had Ms. Harp's correct address, right?
With a second with him, yes, because we went on Halloween.
So your attorney gave the address to you. Is that what you're saying?
After that, yes. Just to clarify.
Okay. And that was your attorney who's representing you in the assault case. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when was that your attorney gave you that address?
I don't remember what day, but it was a day that we met up with him and had a meeting with him about our next court date.
Do you remember what month?
In November. It was one of those.
So was it after that there were already charges filed against you, correct?
Which happened in November.
Again, Ms. Land, I'm not asking you anything.
Just answer the question if you can, Ms. Reyes. If you don't know, you don't know.
Come here and recover.
I just believe it was at the end of November.
Okay. And so when you found, were you the one who personally found a bullet on your bed?
Yes. And that's my mother.
Okay, and you say that you believe it was Layla or Adrian who took your wallet and placed a bullet on your bed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you personally make a report to the police regarding that?
No.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Well, I just have one question for Ms. Bland, if you could come back on. There's an incident you spoke of at McDonald's. It was in August, and then we've heard a lot about Halloween. What happened between, if anything, between August and Halloween?
Just text messages back and forth. I attempted to file a restraining order when I had a day off of work.
I mean interactions between the two of you and the
I'm telling you.
Any of those? Yeah, but no, you're saying you're trying to file. I mean incidents between you and Mr. You trying to file some testimony of that. So
I'm trying to tell you.
I mean, these text messages, were they threatening or anything like that?
So when I filed a restraining order, I had asked Adrian, because I couldn't find his old address, I had asked him for his new address, and then that's when he said.
Bland, I did hear you ask what about the Facebook Messenger, so I'll ask that on your behalf, and then I'll ask you if you have any other questions you wish me to present to Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane, on August 11th, were there any Facebook messages sent by you to either Ms. or any one of the parties on the other side there?
Yeah, so we did communicate through Facebook Messenger, Your Honor, and I can actually provide you proof of it, but most of the calls originated from the petitioner to the respondent. There was a couple callbacks. If I remember correctly, there was a couple dropped calls because of where they were at.
No.
They actually initiated the calls to me. If you look at the records from that day, they're not included because we didn't feel the need to, but I can provide those. They initiated the calls to me first that day.
Ms. Bland, anything else you wish to, any other questions you have for Mr. Crane?
It's no, but that day he called my Facebook Messenger alone twice. And I don't know how many times he's called Jasmine. And we literally told him that we were at a family event and that we weren't going to be able to do anything at that time.
So now's the time, to people.
How many
present
times?
documents. What's that? You were going to say something, Ms. Bland?
Yeah, I'm looking. Okay, so I have 3 calls from Adrian on August 11th. I called Adrian and asked him to quit calling. I also stated, I don't give a damn what happened. You step to my kid again, you'll be dealing with me. Your job will be hearing about a no contact order between you and a minor because of your actions. So it was that day.
This was in August.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was August 11th.
I'll hear from you, ma'am, as a final statement or argument you wish to make to me as to why you think you should have orders against both these folks. Then I'll hear from Ms. Sturbis, and then I'll make a decision.
I think I should have order from these to be protected from these people because he made a death threat to my child. He's chased my child through McDonald's. I can't prove that he did anything with the wallet or the bullet, but my son doesn't have any issues with anybody else in the community. So it's just unrealistic that some person that doesn't have an issue with him or I brought a bullet to our house or took his wallet and put it on top of the trash. I've asked Layla to stay away from McDonald's where she no longer works, and she told me she was unwilling to do so. And I just asked her that she could stay away.
Just this is argument. I'm going to let her continue, Ms. Sturbis.
Okay.
I just asked her to stay away while he's at work, and I asked her to agree to that, and she said that she was unwilling to. And so to prevent any more issues from happening in the future, I would just like a protection order in place. It could go mutual. That's not a.
It can't.
Okay.
It can't. Needs to be a cross petition, and there isn't.
Okay. Well, I'm asking to be protected from Adrian and Layla so that there are no more future issues with any of the situations that have gone on. This has gone on for far too long, and I just see it escalating and getting worse as time goes on.
Ms. Sturbis?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this petition for protection order has been flawed from the very beginning. It was sworn under penalty of perjury, yet it is filled with assumptions, damaging assumptions, which I believe the court should view all of Ms. Bland's credibility with that in mind. She states in one place that he has firearms and that he's threatened with firearms, and then later she has unknown. She's also discussed, again, under penalty of perjury, that substance abuse has been involved, with alcohol abuse, and then later, of course, that's not accurate as well. But Your Honor, the very base, the most important thing about these petitions, and the reason why I belabor this point is it is important to hold people to a standard. And the reason they're sworn under penalty of perjury is because there has to be a result or a reaction if somebody does lie under penalty of perjury. And I would submit to you, when you look at page 12 where she signs it, the date is November 17th, 2023, Your Honor, when she dated this thing. And then when you read her narrative, she talks about things that haven't even happened yet, Your Honor. It's ludicrous. She says on November 28th, my son found a bullet in the center of his bed. If we are to hold her to this very low standard, but she is trying to get an order to be in the justice system that's going to have far-ranging impacts on Mr. Crane. Another date she puts in the narrative on November 26th. 2023, Adrian's wife, TikTok account. I mean, if you can't even trust that she can come up with consistent and reliable statements in this petition, I don't know how we can expect her to be honest or reliable on the stand. Clearly, swearing under penalty of perjury doesn't mean much to her because of the petition, what I've already pointed out. Additionally, Your Honor, I would just submit that if it was true that she was truly in fear for her son's safety, that there would be police records or indicia. We do have as one
What
of
are
our
they gonna
exhibits
do? Tell me to file a no contact order?
the fact that the respondent did a records check from McDonald's and that there were absolutely no police calls regarding Mr. Crane to McDonald's. And if this extremely terrorizing event had happened, one would expect to see that. We know that Ms. Bland, from her own mouth, is very familiar with using law enforcement to try to help deal with the small issues and the big issues in her life. She did admit on the stand that she had used the police to try to see if she could take away her son's cell phone. And I would submit to the court that while that's probably not something one should be wasting 911's time with, it is again very suspect that she would be trying to utilize the police for that, but not if she truly believes her son is in danger. And additionally, Your Honor, some of the things that were presented, and I know that you know when it is assuming facts, not in evidence, but I would just submit to you that you do also have declarations from Ms. Harp. I don't think it has been established that there should be even the tiniest bit of evidence supporting an order against Ms. Harp. And again, when Your Honor considers all the evidence before you, I would submit the petitioner, she can't even get one of the respondents' names correct. I mean, she puts Layla Harper. Again, it's caution and carefulness. And this is something she's asking you to make a very drastic decision that is going to impact my client in traveling and all kinds of things. And that I don't think that what she has submitted rises to that level, Your Honor. I do believe that Ms. Harp has authenticated the recording regarding the assault, and so you have foundation and you have authentication based on the exhibits that we have submitted. She did indicate that why she broke off the relationship. She did indicate that there have been at least 4 occasions where he assaulted her. And again, if, as Ms. Bland has alleged, there were numerous indications when Ms. Harp was allegedly punching Mr. Reyes in his private areas, I just find it, again, this is a woman who is very familiar with calling the police, and not even one single police call regarding that assault. Also, Your Honor, I would just submit that when you take into account Ms. Crane, she indicates and she authenticates regarding the Halloween. And again, in the Halloween incident, you have a ring recording. And I would submit to you, I know it is kind of a long recording. It is a continual recording. You can see in I believe it's the bottom right hand corner, that it hasn't been edited. You can see the continual running of the time, both in the recording. There's one recording time, and then there's actually 2. So I would submit again that shows that Mr. Crane goes outside after they walked away, that the only statement made by anyone in the Crane household was Ms. Crane saying, "Please don't come back." And she did that after the kids were even off the porch. So she waits. Corinne, Ms. Bland is kind of hanging back a little bit. And then you hear Ms. Crane's voice very clearly stating, "Please don't come back." And so none of that supports what was stated in the petition regarding him coming out, yelling, screaming, threatening to beat my ass. And again, even if she tried to change it today a little bit after she reviewed the Ring video, which I'm sure the Ring video probably was quite a surprise to her that we actually have proof that he wasn't doing that. Again, I would just submit that you need to take all of that into account when you assess whether to give her any credibility. And I don't believe she should be given credibility based on the flawed things that she swore to. And Your Honor, based on all of that, I would ask that you deny the order both on behalf of my client Layla Harp and on behalf of my client Adrian Crane. Thank you.
So
I
my
have one more
ruling-
thing to say.
Go ahead, Ms. Bland.
So the original date on the 17th was when I went and picked up the paperwork, and then I had added into as it happened, what happened with Hannah and the bullet, and I just didn't go back and revise the date I had signed that order before I submitted it.
So, okay, thank you. So my ruling in this case is as follows. First of all, Ms. Bland is asking for 2 orders. One against Ms. Harp, and then the other against Mr. Crane. And take the easiest first. Ms. Harp, I don't see anything either in the testimony. We've been at this for quite some time. Either in testimony or in the declarations or in the petition that could be construed as harassing from Ms. Harp in any way. Ms. Bland indicates, well, she requested that she stay away from McDonald's. She can eat where she wants. And the fact that she chooses to eat at McDonald's or anywhere, she can do that. She's not under court order. And so it would not be harassing for her to, I mean, apparently, I think there was some.
There's so many questions.
Some indication in the records. She used to work there, or maybe still does, has friends who works there. That's the fact that you ask her not to go to McDonald's and she does anyway. That's not harassing in any way, shape, or form. And so the order against her is denied. With regard to Mr. Crane, there's a little bit more there. It's alleged, and I saw there was a text from June that does indicate some threats, apparently, towards Mr. Reyes. And but that's from an unknown phone number. Mr. Crane has testified under penalty of perjury. That's no one in his family's phone number. I think Ms. Bland even indicated she just saw that was a North Carolina number and assumed it was from. There's a lot of assuming going on in this case, actually.
Bad conduct. Presentation, Ms. Francis. Just make your notes so that you can respond appropriately when it's your turn. Mr. Babiak.
Your Honor, in April this year, I subpoenaed the records of her expert witness, Dr. Enscott. She refused to sign authorizations for the release of those records, so I filed a motion to preclude her from offering any documentary or testimonial evidence. The court finally heard argument in that in October. On October 31st, the court ordered her to produce the report of her expert witness. She refused to. She filed a motion for reconsideration that didn't raise anything new. It was a baseless motion. Then, when you denied the motion, she filed a so-called emergency application to the Court of Appeals, which was summarily denied. And Your Honor, I can tell you, I've been in practice for 38 years. I have never seen anyone appeal a trial court's order to compel production of an expert's report. That never happens. She has now filed an application to the Supreme Court to have the Supreme Court say that she doesn't have to compel her expert's report. And Your Honor, I guarantee you the Supreme Court is going to bounce her on her head, just like the Court of Appeals did. And Your Honor, if I may say, so now you ordered this report on October 31st. 5 months have gone by, and I still don't have the report. She never filed a motion for stay of proceedings until after I filed this motion to dismiss. So, Your Honor, in addition to delay after delay after delay, she's frankly dishonest with the court. For example, in her response to my motion to dismiss, on page 6 of her brief, she says Rivergate never subpoenaed the records of Ms. Enscott. That's not true. I subpoenaed them on April 26th. So not only does she lie verbally, Your Honor, but she puts it in writing. And Your Honor, this is not the first time Ms. Franzese has engaged in this kind of behavior. In the case of Neff versus Chapel Hill Condominium Association, the Michigan Court of Appeals found that Ms. Franzese repeatedly failed to obey court orders. In the case of Rob versus Moon Lake Properties Owners Association, a federal judge determined that not only had she lied to the court, but that she engaged in a pattern of vexatious and obstructive discovery and sanctioned her $214,000. Now, Judge, let me suggest you've got to be a pretty bad actor to get a federal judge to sanction you $214,000. So she's been sanctioned by the federal courts. She's been sanctioned by the Michigan Court of Appeals for repeated failure to obey court orders. She's going to keep delaying and filing motion after motion. That's what she does. She files vexatious and obstructive discovery. It's been documented, and I attached those opinions to my motion, Your Honor. I would encourage you to read them carefully. This lawyer has a problem with obeying court orders. It's almost like he has a mental block, and there is no basis for this case. The case, just like in the Rob versus Moon Lake case, her counterclaim is groundless. She's engaged in a pattern of vexatious and obstructive discovery. She's going to keep on doing it. Your Honor, it's time to lower the boom on her. You ordered her to produce her expert's report. She flat out refuses to do so. Not only she refused to obey your orders, she's lied right in your face. It's time to dismiss her case.
Ms. Anastasia. Your Honor, I will take up Mr. Babiar's bad conduct here with the State Bar when it's appropriate. I will not waste this court's time with his baseless ad hominem, which has been repeated, which is demonstrably false. But I am not going to waste the court's time because it's also a red herring in this case. So I will begin. As I may have alluded before, I provide care for elderly parents who loathe the notion of going to a nursing home. I think we can all agree they're not alone in those concerns. As it relates to seniors in general, in large part, the fear is warranted because the nursing home's profit motive is not consistent with their personal rights. This case exemplifies that inherent problem. But what Mr. Babiar is attempting to do here is he is attempting to, again, push the court away from the actual fatal flaw in his motion. It is at page 11 of my response. Rivergate admits that there is no claim or defense in this case that is dependent on that report. And the reason is, Your Honor, they're saying at the same time, we don't have this report, and they're saying, as a result of that there is no possibility that any of their conduct during their actions in 2022 could possibly have been dependent on the content of that report.
Okay, let me ask you a question so I can make sure that I'm recalling this correctly. You have almost 1,000 cases. This is a situation where they're alleging Ms. Bouchard owes for her stay at Rivergate, correct?
Well, that's the complaint, Your Honor, but that's not what we're here about today.
No, I asked you a question. I said, please refresh my memory so correct. That I can, okay, thank you. So in terms of the request for the extra, the problem is, Ms. Francie, you listed this doctor as your expert, and I'm going to say this, and then you clarify and put me right if I'm wrong. Your expert the expert report that your expert prepared is relative to the care and treatment of Ms. Bouchard, right?
No, that's exactly what the problem is, Your Honor.
Okay, tell me what it's for.
Okay. So, Your Honor, this report that he is looking for is an evaluation that's done because the probate court requested it and put it in its non-public document. In my brief, Your Honor, I go into great lengths about how what Mr. Bouchard is doing here, what Mr. Babillard is doing here, is he is engaging in a subterfuge to try to call this a medical record, to try to call this treatment records. It has not anything to do with treatment records, Your Honor. And I quoted the Michigan statute, which defines what is a medical or treatment record. And this is not one of those, Your Honor. He is absolutely wrong in every way. And because he's wrong in every way, he is attempting to malign me personally because of it. Your Honor, I'll point you to a couple other places in my brief. Right now at page 3, the court has found questions of fact exist to be tried, which are not dependent on capacity, which is the subject of the evaluation. And it is in the court's public record, the probate court's non-public record, that capacity was determined by that court. It cannot be relitigated here. So that report is not relevant here. That's number one. Number two, the October 31st order is void because this court can't override the probate court. But this court's decision doesn't need to be dependent on whether or not that report is void. The order is void that says.
Remind you, Your Honor, this is a motion to dismiss based on her failure to follow your court's order. When you ordered her to produce Dr. Enscott's report, she filed a motion for reconsideration and she raised these very same issues. The issue she's saying is that this probate statute makes this report confidential. We briefed that issue. Well, to go back further, Your Honor, when we did our original motion to preclude, you ordered her to produce the Beaumont records, you ordered her to produce the Guardian Health records, but you gave her additional time to brief the issue of whether this statute granted privacy or confidentiality to the probate court. You let her brief that issue and you let us brief that issue and you already ruled on it. You said that the ruling of the circuit court supersedes any confidentiality issue in the probate court. And you found that because her mental health has been placed at issue in this case, we were entitled to that expert report. She's trying to relitigate. She's arguing a motion to reconsideration. She's not responding to my motion to dismiss. And Your Honor, it's easy for her to say, oh, and by the way, Your Honor, the statute that she cites specifically says I'm entitled to that report. The people who filed the petition, the people who filed the petition and the petitioner are entitled to that report. Rivergate filed a petition. I'm the attorney for Rivergate. Per the statute itself, I'm entitled to that report. It's not my obligation.
Excuse me. Why did, and I'm just asking, I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Barrios, why didn't you get a copy of the report in probate court?
Because it's her obligation to comply with your orders. It's not
No, that's not, listen to me. You were in probate court, were you not?
No, the counsel had never been retained. I was not retained until months after the probate hearing. So no, I was not involved in the case at that time.
Okay, because what I'm saying is, that's why I wanted to hear the language, because it says, the petitioner, I can't remember the language, but it was the person.
Read it again.
Just read the who's entitled to it. And that's why I asked you, were you a petitioner? Because if you were a petitioner, then you should have been entitled to it under the probate court. But Miss Francis, when you answered the interrogatories indicating that you were going to use Dr. Encott as an expert, the report is called into question. That's when you open Pandora, and I don't know if I said this.
If I may respond to that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Directly. The initial disclosure stated correctly that she was simply an expert on geriatric psychiatry, psychology, something. She was just a general expert on those topics, capacity in general. Now, by the time the responses to the interrogatories were provided, it was very clear to me that Mr. Babillard and Rivergate were going to try to relitigate capacity. Now, if they're going to try to relitigate capacity, and if this court is going to allow them to relitigate capacity, then he can respond can be a rebuttal witness to anything they wish to put into evidence. Now, maybe it wasn't artfully stated, but in the initial disclosures, we did say that her testimony was to be general on those subjects, and that she's just an expert because she does that all the time. I know her because I practice in probate. She practices in probate. It was Rivergate that made it very clear that they were going to place her capacity at issue, which is when I began to argue, Your Honor, that you may not relitigate her capacity in this court. If you want to relitigate her capacity, you have to go to probate court, because the statute 700.1302 subsection C says that the question of capacity must and only be determined exclusively by the probate court. So it's one of those carve-outs, right, in our one court of justice, and Your Honor is a general court of jurisdiction, but the statute specifically carves out the question of guardianship matters that must be exclusively determined by the probate court. And everything I've cited to you today says that. And on top of that, Your Honor, Mr. Babiars has, for 18 months, as he says, has represented Rivergate and has not done the simplest thing to go to that probate court and file a one-page petition and say, may I have this report? And you know why, and you know why, Your Honor, because there's probability that this probate court is gonna say no.
Your Honor, here's the situation. I didn't know of Dr. N. Scott's existence until she finally answered our interrogatories.
That's not true.
Stop.
Your Honor,
Please. Okay.
This lady is saying I had 18 months to go to the probate court. That's not true. I didn't know of Emily S. Scott's existence until she answered our interrogatories. Once she answered our interrogatories, I then subpoenaed Dr. N. Scott's records. Instead of authorizing the release, she cited this obscure statute that you've already ruled on. And Your Honor, that statute itself says I'm entitled to the records. And Your Honor, we have every right to relitigate her mental health, because she's put her mental health at issue by filing this lawsuit. This lady, was clearly diagnosed at Beaumont Hospital. The doctor said she could not live alone. She had mental health issues. She came to our facility, and the psychologist and the physician both determined that she was not mentally competent. Now, why was the petition dismissed? Because the doctor and psychologist didn't get notice of the hearing. That's why. That doesn't mean she's not mentally incapacitated. She's clearly mentally incapacitated. That's the issue in this case. And why is it? Your Honor, ask yourself this. Why is it she doesn't want that report released? Maybe.
Okay, we're not going to play this little war game because.
And you're home?
I am, yes, ma'am. I'm close to bond.
Why are you on Zoom?
My paperwork for my my bond said to do this appointment over Zoom.
If you were in person, or if you were still in custody, sir, you make your way into the courthouse.
I don't have that capability at the moment. My bond agent told me to report for Zoom for this morning for court.
Can you hand me the Romney file, please?
It's in the prosecutor's office.
Okay, I need it, please.
Yeah, it's a pretrial. I don't know if it was recorded. So, well, maybe.
The Zoom ID, sir, was in the event you were in custody. If you were not in custody, you were to appear in person.
If I'm posted bond, does not mean I'm not in custody?
Well, sir, you're out of the Wayne County Jail, correct?
Correct. But I just don't understand why my bond agent had told me.
I'm sorry?
I just don't understand then why my bond company told me to report over Zoom for this meeting.
I don't know why your bond, so you had a bail bondsman post your bond?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't know why they told you that. So, because it shows, and I'll show you, it does show on Zoom, but that was an event you were in custody, sir. So you need to make your way here into court.
I don't think I would make. I'm in a motel in Romulus, Michigan, and near the airport. I don't think I would make it in time by walking. With all due respect.
Well, sir, then you need to find a ride.
Ma'am, could you make any condolences and accept the fact that I am here for court today for my Zoom meeting, and this is my only method for court today. Sir,
You can contact an Uber, you can ask somebody for a ride, something of that nature.
I don't have that money at the moment. I'm indigent, really.
Sir, your court date is in person today.
There's nothing more I could do. Except
Well, you can start making your way to court.
I'm telling you, the amount of distance that it would take me to walk there, I wouldn't even be able to make there until 7 or 8 p.m. I'm over 20 miles away.
Romulus is not 20 miles away, sir. You're not 20 miles away.
Ma'am, I do not wish to argue with you. I am about 20 miles away, over on Merriman and Middlebelt.
Farewell, stranger.
Well, those two streets run the same way, sir.
I'm at the Wyndham Gardens Hotel on Merriman. That is where I'm at. That's where I'm located, and that is where I have no other option but to do this meeting via Zoom. I don't have any family members or friends that can help me out today. I was instructed to do this court date today at this time on Zoom, and I am here presenting myself in a reasonable manner. Can we please proceed?
You were 14 miles away, sir. Not 20. So, the court's instructions were in person. Unless you're in custody, it's in person. You can't take a cab, you can't take a bus, nothing.
I have no money whatsoever, at all. None.
How are you paying for your hotel stay, sir?
My family had paid for a week's stay for me, and they're paying week to week. I haven't even eaten 3 days. I've been barely surviving, but I had to make sure that this appointment was done, and I showed up to the best of my ability, and here I am here. I'm even borrowing a phone from a stranger to operate this court date right now.
Okay, sir. Stranger has allowed you to take their phone into a hotel room. You can't get somebody to drop you off to court.
No, ma'am. I can't. My only family are my mom and my dad, and they're in their 80s, and my mother's in the hospital, and I can't get a hold of my father. My only other social support team are currently incarcerated, Your Honor. I'm just doing my best to survive and get through this. And like I said, I was told by Bail My Tail Services, which is the bonding agency that I went through, that I am to report for court today over Zoom, and they gave me the Zoom ID. And the time to be here and present. And I am currently present.
So your family members pay for you to stay at the hotel, but they won't pay for your ride to court.
They gave me the basic necessities. Yes, I'm very lucky to have that. Okay, at 83 years old, United States Marine and his dying wife. Yes, I'm very fortunate to at least have that temporarily, and that was as best as I could do. Yes. I've already called my dad twice today. If you'd like, I can show for a reverse the camera somehow, or take a screenshot and show you proof that I have made attempts to call my father this morning where I was not able to get a hold of him.
And so the stranger's phone that you're supposedly using, that person just let you bring their phone right on into your room.
The clerk for the motel is a very nice lady who I have to see every day. I explained to her my situation, and I said that I'm going to be in the room for about 45 minutes to an hour. I asked her, if I could at some point give her money for it, and she said that's not necessary. She goes, just handle your business and just bring it right back when you're done.
Sir, try contacting one of your family members to see if they'll order you an Uber to make your way into court.
I already have, and they don't have the money. They didn't even have the money to give me a $5 hot and ready last night when I asked them. I'm not, and this is really unfair of you, because I'm being as professional and respectful as possible in this manner. I'm telling you, I can't squeeze water from a rock. I'm here for court. I'm doing everything I said that I was going to be doing.
Did you say that that's not fair of the court to require you to be in person?
No, it's not fair of you and of this court to be harassing me to this level when I've explained my indigence. I'm showing up for court. I'm being as respectful as possible and answering all of your questions where you're countering me at every turn. I'm not doing anything wrong, but being present for this pretrial operation so that I can try to move forward through this case. I have no other means there.
Sir, let me clarify something for you. Your thought process that this is not fair of myself to require you to be in person is flawed, because this court has absolutely every right to require your presence to be in person. I have many
And I respect that, but when I'm under supervision from a bonding service and they tell me I'm supposed to be here over Zoom and I have everything set up that way.
I said, please don't interrupt me, so I'll just mute you. How about that?
Find good trails.
I ordered you to be in person. So, for you to stay, I don't know what you're saying, sir, because I'm talking and you're trying to talk over me. So, I don't know who you're claiming that you spoke to, because you said your mom's in the hospital and your dad didn't answer. So I don't know who you tried getting a ride from. Perhaps a nice clerk lady can find a ride for you. You might want to make another couple phone calls, sir, to see about getting a ride on into court. Mr. Brownlee, just so you're aware, you're muted, so I am just seeing your lips moving and I'm not hearing anything you're saying. And I'm not going to hear anything you're saying because I'm going to handle another matter.
I understand. You're doing everything.
Excuse me. Don't interrupt me. I'm handling another matter. You can contact somebody to try for another ride.
I'm not going to say this again, Your Honor. I have nobody else to call.
Sir, I don't think you're
if this is your wish to bully me, to try to in your legal method to hold me up or anything along those lines, or use your court authority, but to just do whatever it is that you're doing in this moment, other than handling my business with me and understanding and respecting the fact that my bond agency instructed me to be at this meeting over Zoom today at this time, which I am to the best of my ability, and explaining my indigence in the manner, for what you're asking is impossible. Literally.
Sir, you're telling the court that you're currently in a hotel room.
Yes, ma'am. I'm at the Wyndham Gardens Hotel on Merriman.
Well,
where I paid.
behind you, it does not look like it's a hotel room.
I have all of my possessions from my house here because I can't even go to my house. I literally had my family bring all of my possessions here. I'm planning on doing a month stay at this place. This is my current home. This is where I'm trying to feel comfortable and get my life together during this process. I understand that you said that I'm to report in person, but your last court date, you did not specify anything along the lines on that transcript. I'm aware of that just as much as you are. And when I'm following my order directed to the bonds agency and they've instructed me to be here over Zoom and I have that paperwork, then clearly there's some sort of issue and discrepancy in between the bonding agency and the court.
So let me be very clear. Stop right now. Stop right now. Let me be very clear. The bond agency's statement to you does not overrule this court's order. Let me be very clear on that. And there's no bullying going on. This court has ordered you to be in person. The Zoom ID was in the event that you were in custody. That Zoom ID was for the purposes of the Wayne County Jail. If your bond agent told you something different, I don't know what to tell you, sir. But to say that your bond agent ordered you one thing, that overrules this court's order, you are mistaken. So, I know that you've said that you've contacted other people, but then you've also said that you only have your mom and your dad. You also said that your mom's in the hospital and your dad hasn't responded. So I don't know who it is you're claiming.
I never said that I contacted other. I never said that I contacted other people. I never once, and don't.
And that, sir, is why I'm not going to allow you to
The only people I have are my mother and father. And we're not going to play this little war game because you're putting words in my mouth. Do you understand me?
Sir, that's why you will not be. First of all, I don't know who it is you think you're speaking to.
No, I don't know who it is you think. I'm a human being just like you. I'm not a citizen just like you.
No,
I know.
You will not be participating on Zoom because you don't know how to behave yourself. So he's being removed. And if he doesn't show up, then we're issuing a warrant. So, all right. Who's first? So the line number, Stephen Brownlee, 232465A and B. And Mr. Goldbaum?
Thank you, John Goldbaum, P30758 on behalf of Mr. Brownlee.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Brownlee, your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is David William Brownlee.
Okay, and so today is the date that we have Mr. Brownlee before the court. The court is going to make a record that on December 12th, defendant zoomed in. Actually, on November 30th, Mr. Brownlee was arraigned. This court issued a $15,000 10% bond, and there was a surety bond posted, and it showed a Zoom ID. So Mr. Brownlee zoomed in from what he claimed was a hotel room at the Wyndham Garden in Romulus. This court advised Mr. Brownlee he was to appear in person, and this court ordered Mr. Brownlee to appear in person, and the court, as of 4:30 p.m., defendant had not appeared, and due to Mr. Brownlee's criminal history as well as his danger to the community, the court issued a warrant immediately. The case had not been called on the record, And counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, if the court may recall, I was present in court on other matters that afternoon. I've spoken to Mr. Brownlee. I see that a warrant was issued and the bond was set at 25,000, 10%. And he was picked up, I guess, by the Brownstown or some other police department. Your Honor, I've spoken to Mr. Brownlee. He indicates obviously that this was a problem that he created. However, those problems were, and it was not an attempt to affront the court. We're asking that the original bond of 10%, the original bond of 15,000, 10%, or the bond be reinstated, and he be allowed to appear at another pretrial. Of course, this would be in person. Is that correct, Mr. Brownlee?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, well, Mr. Goldpaw, what you may or may not be aware of is Mr. Brownlee has a matter in the 25th District Court to which Judge Clifton had to recuse himself. The whole court was disqualified because of the named victim, that there was a conflict with the named victim. So that matter got reassigned to this court. So the very next day after December 12th, this court sat at the 25th District Court for Mr. Brownlee's case there. That was in person, never a question as to whether that was a Zoom or not, and he didn't show up for that one either. And so I had to sit for a case in Southgate today, and then Mr. Brownlee appeared on Zoom over there for an arraignment on this matter from the 25th District Court because Mr. Holmberg was already over there as the MIDC attorney. Now, Mr. Brownlee, where was it that you were at on December 20th when you zoomed in?
When I zoomed in for court, ma'am, I was at the Wyndham Gardens Hotel in Romulus, Michigan on Henry
Your
Road.
Honor, Mr. Brownlee, Your Honor, did you say the 20th or did you mean the 12th?
I'm sorry, the 12th. The 12th.
Thank you.
And that was my last day at that hotel. After that, I was homeless for 2 days, and then finally I was able to reach out to my family and just beg them for help.
Okay, sir, let me be very clear to you. Let me be very clear. You may think I might be naive, an idiot, I don't know. But I'm very well aware that the Wyndham Garden does not have ceiling fans, nor do they have dark brown ceiling fans, nor do they have anything that is on the walls as such that you had on the walls in your background on that day. So let's be real, and where were you, sir?
I'm being honest with you. I don't know why you're making me believe or trying to make me think that I want you to think that you're naive or anything along those lines. I think of nothing but respect for you, and I'm being honest. To be completely fair with you today, I honestly want just to retract my not guilty plea, have a one-on-one negotiation with you so we can get to a global resolution of this case. And then that way, you know what I'm saying, it makes the court's life and my life easier for me to move on and try to become a better person when I get out of jail. Knowing that I have another court case pending that's done, we'll have restitution enabled. I understand that you don't like sentencing without an updated PSI, although I wish for you to understand that if you really wanted to just accept my guilty plea for the driving while license suspended, loitering, and for the paraphernalia, I'm not asking anything from you except for just for you to impose your disposition so that we can get this case cleared. It's leaving just the lessons to go.
Sir, let me be very clear. Perhaps to your surprise, perhaps not, I don't know, but I contacted the Wyndham Garden Hotel because I wanted to confirm if in fact you were there. They would not confirm if you were there or not, but then I went one step further and asked if any of the rooms have ceiling fans. And the lady laughed at me and said, absolutely not. So you were not there. You were not at the Wyndham Garden in Romulus. So where were you? You want this court to believe you for credibility purposes when I'm assessing bond. Where were you?
I was at that building. There's two sets of hotels within the same parking structure. They just bought out the new one. I had gotten a week's stay, and the one over while they're renovating, that's half done, that's the one I got. And I got in a good rate on it, for only $250 a month, or $250 a week. I'm telling you, I'm not lying to you. My grandfather first
$250 for the week at the Wyndham Garden.
Yes, when normally we were paying $325, and that was the best rate we were getting on Priceline.com. I'm telling you that I'm not lying to you. I have no reason to lie and specify a certain place that I wasn't at. I'm being honest with you. I'm 100. And at the end of the day, like I said, I'm not trying to divert anything more with you. I really honestly wish you could allow me to, accept my guilty plea today so that we can just get this done and over with. I am clean. I'm not doing any drugs. I want to get my life in order. I want to eventually get out of this situation so I can go back to work, try to help the girls pay the property taxes so we can at least get back into the home somehow. I mean, I gotta do something responsible. To me, just accepting guilt and taking accountability today to you, that's the best I can do. Would you be willing to accept that? Because I was driving while my license was suspended knowingly. I did have a tornado, which was a part of a crack pipe in my person. And I was around somebody who did have drugs on them. Nobody made me promises or threats for me to make this today. This is honestly like the best I can to stand up and be an adult and take accountability for my actions. Please let me.
Yes, Your Honor. If the court wishes to have the plea withdrawn, allow him to enter that plea. I have not discussed this with him. I'm here only for his bond issue. But obviously, at this point, he can, I guess, do what he wishes with respect to that. If the court wishes to, he obviously knows all of his responsibilities. He also knows the consequences. And there's always the possibility that you may send him to jail for those violations. I don't think that I have the ability or even the authority, I'm using that word, to say he can't enter into a plea.
Okay, Mr. Brownlee, you'd like to enter into a plea. And all these matters want to enter into a plea of guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give this matter to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, would you like an opportunity to speak to your attorneys further?
No, ma'am.
What have the roots brought me?
All right, sir, as to count A, driving while unlicensed, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
As to count B, possession of drug paraphernalia, how do you plead?
Guilty as charged, Your Honor.
As to loading or drugs or illegally kept, stored, or used, how do you plead?
Guilty as charged, Your Honor.
And you've gone over your advice of rights with your attorney, correct?
I have.
You understand that you have the right to have a trial in this matter by entering into a plea. You will not have that trial.
I do.
You also understand that you have the right to have this matter set for a pretrial, so we don't have to enter into a plea today.
I do.
And you also understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea, whether in this court, any other court, or administrative agency.
That is correct, Your Honor.
And knowing all that, you want to continue with your plea.
Correct. Nobody made me make any threats or promises for me to make this plea. It was 100% willing of my own volitions.
Okay, and there aren't any immigration issues I recall from the last time. And okay, and so you're making this plea knowingly, voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Mr. Goldfarb, would you like me to your claim?
I was provided, Your Honor, I need to cut the court off. I was provided with a registration action, so I have the registration, so I know the dates.
Okay.
Brownlee, on 11/30/23, were you driving without a valid driver's license? That was suspended.
I was.
And on the same date and time, were you in the possession of drug paraphernalia?
Yes, sir.
And what was that drug paraphernalia?
It was a screen for a crack cocaine pipe.
Thank you. And were you loitering in a place where drugs were kept?
I was.
And you were aware that those drugs were being kept there, and you nevertheless loitered in that location. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. Defense satisfied, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor. And while you were driving without a license, you knew you did not have a driver's license. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Defense is satisfied, Your Honor.
All right, the court is also satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea on all counts. And counsel, are you asking for immediate sentencing, or would you like me to schedule this for sentencing?
Well, Your Honor,
I would like immediate sentencing, Your Honor.
there you go, Your Honor. He would like immediate sentencing. And the court is obviously aware of the circumstances, having reviewed all these matters.
Okay. What the court is also aware of is that Mr. Brownlee has been sentenced in this court to jail time for his possession, the resisting and obstructing an officer matter. It looks as though the possession was dismissed, and he was released from jail. If I recall correctly, it was about 5 to 7 days before this incident on November 30th. Would that be correct, sir?
It is, Your Honor. I'm at your disposal 100% for whatever you feel is fair and fit for me to get into the next step for myself.
Okay. And then Mr. Brownlee is arrested, and again with drug paraphernalia, and with two of the 3 individuals he was with were also with him at the last time that he had his matter with the possession and the resisting and obstructing. And so, based upon that recent conviction and jail time, and as well as Mr. Brownlee's criminal history, this court is going to sentence Mr. Brownlee to 93 days jail, which is the maximum that this court can sentence him to.
May I receive the credit from the 30th to the point in time that I had bonded out?
We would be asking for that, Your Honor. Credit for that time served that he's been incarcerated.
You get credit for 6 days, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, those are 93 days on each matter to run concurrent?
93 days each count. Court will order that it's concurrent.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. May I ask one more question, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Is there any way that you would make...
I'm sorry, I lost it there, Your Honor.
I have no idea where, okay, let me back through here.
Have another end.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was that, sir?
Okay, my question was for you, is there any way that you'd be able to extend yourself in terms for, or would you allow a monetary exchange for the days that I would have to serve? Maybe half, where I would maybe get a 45 days reduced if I would be willing to or able to pay $500? Something to that effect?
Absolutely not, sir, we're not bartering. Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Yes, ma'am.
Perhaps you may want to ask for treatment while you're in custody, because you weren't even out of leave and you have the same type of offense. So no, there's no bartering. jail? No. And if that's the court funding your fines and costs, so you don't even have to worry about it.
I understand. It was just a simple question. I did not mean to disrespect you.
No disrespect. Not taking it.
Thank you.
So,
Thanks, Your Honor.
all right. Have a
So I need to breathe.
Where this goes like backed up on mortgage and all types of shit. Like,
one thing he says, oh, you own 2 homes. I won't. And, you know, hopefully sooner rather than later, I won't. In reality, I don't own 2 homes. I have 2 mortgages. That's the difference. I don't own 2 houses. I have 2 mortgages. And soon I will only have 1. Let's put it that way. Hopefully sooner rather than later. If at all I can help it, I will only have 1.
why did he just have some sort of like weird fixation on that I don't make money? Like, why do people think that? Like, because I don't floss it in your fucking face? Like, I'm never gonna tell how much I make, but just know that there's no job, there's no career, there's like nothing that can compare to what I'm able to accumulate off being myself for a living. 5 bands is just me being a smartass. That doesn't even do anything for me. I don't even need the 5,000 at all. I get 5,000 today. What do I do with it? What do I need with the 5K? So why would I need to go out of my way to lend my clout? Look, just take a look at the when I played Deji. What did I get for it? 100 candies. Those videos basically got 1 million views. The Tekken videos, they got 1 million views. I got nothing for it. Anytime.
And that's in the village of Siren?
Yes.
Burnett County, Wisconsin? And what did you observe, officer?
I observed a vehicle run the red light in front of me.
Okay. Can you tell us what kind of vehicle it was?
It was a white Cadillac. I do not remember the model.
Okay. And then when you saw the vehicle run the red light, did you pull that vehicle over?
Yes.
And who was driving that vehicle?
Philip Ambulance.
And is he present here today?
Yes.
Would you please identify what he's wearing to the court?
I believe it's a gray sweater, red shirt underneath.
Let the record reflect that Officer Perdun has identified Mr. Ambling.
Okay. After you stopped him, rolled down the window, anything like that?
Yep, on the passenger side.
And did you notice anything unusual?
I noticed his eyes were bloodshot, glassy. I detected an odor of intoxicants coming from within the vehicle.
Okay. Based upon that, did you ask to do any field sobriety testing?
Yes.
And did he do so?
No.
Okay. Did he refuse to do field sobriety testing?
Yes.
Okay. And did he give you a reason?
Yes, he said he had just undergone surgery and was heavily medicated.
Okay. So you find that unusual that you smelled alcohol and he was on medication?
Yes.
When he didn't do the field sobriety testing, did you attempt to use your portable breath test on him?
Yes.
And did he allow you to do that?
No.
What did you do after that?
He was then placed under arrest and transported to the Burnett County Jail for intoxicator.
Okay. May I approach to the clerk, Your Honor? Officer, I want you to look at what's marked Exhibit Number 1. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
And what is that document?
It's the informing the accused.
Okay. And is that something you read to Mr. Amelang that evening? And did you read him the entire document?
Yes.
Okay. Word for word?
Yes.
Okay. And after that, did he still refuse to submit to a breath test?
Yes.
Okay. And after he did that, what did you do with Mr. Amblewood?
I then filled out a notice of intent to revoke form.
Okay. And do you know if his license has been revoked yet or not?
Not currently. it is
Not currently, okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Benson, are you okay with him sitting right there? Or would you prefer him up here in the witness stand?
Sitting there is fine, Your Honor. He's
Can you
using
please
that
raise your
cane.
right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So,
The law is very clear, and it's clear for a reason. And quite honestly, Wisconsin is probably the only state. I can't say the only state, but we're one of the very few states that have the OWI first and forfeiture. And because of that, there are other safeguards built into the system. These are built into other states as well, but here in Wisconsin, and that would be the officer would first need to determine if there's probable cause in order to stop you, and to determine to have probable cause to believe that you are driving while impaired, okay, under the influence and driving in an impaired way. Here we had Officer Pardun, who parks in the village of Siren, and it's usually by community bank-ish area. I mean, he's not hiding, it's right there. He's in the marked squad right at the light.
yes, I saw him.
Yep, and then he witnessed and he saw that you didn't stop at the stop sign or a stoplight. And so that gives probable cause to pull you over to determine, okay, there's a traffic offense was committed, okay? So he pulled you over, and then he smelled an odor of intoxicants. All right, he smelled the odor. That alone doesn't provide the probable cause or reasonable suspicion, but then he asked other questions. And then after that, he doesn't have the right, he has the duty to read to you that entire document. He needs to say, okay, he has to do certain things. All right, I have reason to believe, probable cause to believe that you were operating while impaired, and so now I want to do these other tests. And then you said, I won't pass those tests. I've been taking 3 very serious medications, and I've had 3 to 4 beers within the period of whatever time, if you told him the time, whatever. But you admitted to drinking alcohol, okay? And then you said, but I'm not going to pass the field sobriety test. I just know it because of these medications. And then he offered you to do the PBT, and you again refused to do that. And the court has to determine whether or not that your refusal was reasonable. And you have the law right in front of you there, which, and I'll read it to you, that it says that whether the person refused to permit to the test, the person shall not be considered to have refused the test if it is shown by a preponderance of the evidence that the refusal was due to a physical inability to submit to the test due to physical disability or disease unrelated to the use of alcohol, controlled substance analogs, or other drugs. Prescription, non-prescription, all of the above, okay? And so you may have, you told him that, okay, I won't pass these field sobriety tests. Okay, then it goes on to the next step. The breath test, the PBT, the preliminary breath test. And you still refused to engage and to participate in that. And I have heard no information, I've heard no testimony that you can't blow into a machine, that you have a disability or you have something that would inhibit your ability to perform that activity upon request, okay? So I don't have the information here in front of me to say, okay, you meet this exception. Because the law says in the state of Wisconsin, you are submitting to and agreeing to abide by all of the traffic laws when you get your driver's license. That includes if the officer has certain criteria to take tests, that you have to engage in those tests. And you refuse to do so. And so by doing that, then the court has no other choice in a refusal hearing. With the facts that I have in front of me, I find that your refusal was not reasonable. And so what the court has to do is, because I have the information and the facts are not on your side here, and the refusal was not reasonable, it was improper, I have to revoke your operating privileges for 1 year.
Right here on the spot.
Right here on the spot.
I have nothing I can do about this, Your Honor. I live by myself. What am I going to do?
Your Honor?
Yes.
I would, if he would be willing to just plead to the OWI, I would find his refusal reasonable under the circumstances and ask the court to do so. And then I believe he would probably get down to a 6-month violation.
So you understand what Mr. Benson is stating?
No, I do not.
What Mr. Benson is stating is he's like, you know what? I've heard all of this and I understand you're an 82-year-old man. This is your first infraction. You don't have a criminal history. You don't have driving infractions, all of those things. He's willing to tell the court or to ask the court to find that it would be reasonable. Overlook all of this, find it's reasonable. If you plead to this OWI, which is a ticket, then he will forget that. And then the revocation for an OWI is 6 months, but once you do your OWI assessment and driver safety plan, you can get your occupational driver's license, and that can be a quicker process instead of the whole year revocation. Because I'm not even certain you can get an occupational with a refusal. But I'm not giving you legal advice, and I'm not telling you. Mr. Benson, if the court were to stay on its decision here today and give you some opportunity to speak a little bit further with Mr. Ambling about the law and the fact that he admitted here today on the record can be used against him that he took 3 serious, heavy medications, which the law says anything in your system that would impair your driving would mean that it is clear and convincing, because it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a lower level that Mr. Benson would have to prove, a lower level that you operated while impaired or under the influence of a substance, which could include prescription drugs, non-prescription drugs, illegal substances, or alcohol, or any combination of them all. So what I could do, if there's no objection, Mr. Benson, is stay my decision, give you some time to talk to Mr. Ambling, and we can see if this matter can be resolved.
That would be fine, Your Honor.
So now do you
I would
understand?
like to talk to him, yes.
Okay,
Your Honor.
so you understand all of that? So then what I'm gonna do, is I'm gonna stay on my decision. Not gonna decide right now. I'm gonna keep it on hold to allow you guys the ability to talk. So that means I'm not revoking your driver's license. Okay, not at this time. So talk to Mr. Benson.
Anytime that I like living on YouTube, I could, nobody's had a, I suggest you just give me the money. Other than that, stop talking to me about money. It goes on his YouTube channel. All the hate comments go on his YouTube channel. They're congratulating him. Like, I get nothing for it. You feel me? So in order for me to endure the jokes and bullshit, I need, you know what? Instead of 5, now I need 25,000. Too many things for free in life already. The price just went up. So give me 5 in. And I'm like, it's very simple. Like, what's going on? I will not give you spot off. Oh my god. So that's delusional. I've never said I was the black DSP. Oh my god. What's wrong with this dude? I never even said that. But Scott said that shit on Twitter like 10 years ago, bro. Oh, poor guy.
Crossover happened for ages. I took it throughout the year. Always asking for it. I'm like, I can't give it to you if it's easy. All right?
Just pay me.
No one's going to ever pay you. No one's going to offer you money up front for anything. There's no value there. I want you to make the content first. That's how content creation on the internet works.
You want to set with low tech? Give me money. This guy's telling me, of all people, how content creation works on the internet. You're telling me that?
Then forget the street fighter idea. You're not going to beat you. That's why I'm not going to do it.
Oh, yeah?
Come on the show instead. Just come on the show.
You want me to be on some stupid podcast? Give me money. Not PR money either. Something like 5K is even a little bit. I need 10. I need 10 bands for this.
Now he wants 10 pieces of Dude, I got offered 5 times more than that to be a part of something. No one offers you anything. You're not getting anything.
This nigga's an idiot. Like, Keemstar offered me an undisclosed amount that was way more than 50K to do XYZ. I'm gonna just leave it at that though. Nobody offers me anything. I'm just a bum, guys. I get no money in life. I drive shit vehicles. I have no properties. I'm a bum at. Remember that. Into this guy asking me for something. 5K don't even excite me.
What? What's he talking about? What was that?
Now it's like, okay, let's just say this. I got 5K, right? That I didn't have before. So to me, it's just money. It's just disposable to me. Shit, buy some Balenciagas that's been saved before. You know, what the fuck would I do with 5K? Throw in my bank.
So why are you asking for it? If you don't need money, why are you asking for it?
Dumb, bro.
For an appearance. I'll tell you why. Because you're being a pussy. You don't want to leave your castle. You just want to sit there.
Oh my God.
First, it's called cloud chasing. I'm not cloud chasing. I know cloud can interview. I want to make content people want to see. People want to see. Well, I want $5,000. No one's paying you $5,000. You may make some money from doing it. Well, I don't need the $5,000. So shut the fuck up. Right? You say, I'm gonna come on your show. We'll have a conversation. Instead of sitting on my screen reading off my fucking Discord and doing bullshit. Something interesting. Alright? And you can take your crazy their stream, you make bank on it. You will. People will support you if you do this. Alright? You gotta stop being like that. The truth is I have no malice towards this man whatsoever. People want. They want to see us talk. They want to see us fight.
That's never gonna happen, bro. The price just went up. I just hiked the price to $25,000. And again, $25,000 still doesn't excite me. But I could just drop that in my bank account and just look at it every day, I guess. You know what, fuck it, let's up it to 30. I'll split it with my mods. You give me 30 bins, I'll give each one of my mod a percentage of that shit. If you don't got 30K for me to come on your show and do your collab and your podcast and play your Street Fighter, then it's completely out of the question.
You know, so I just released a video from SmashJT.com. Now again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why I will never sit up here and pretend that I will ever be sad, upset, angry, or whatever that people are losing their jobs in the gaming industry. Never. Because these are the people who openly advocate for not only our erasure every chance that they fucking get, but if we were to get demonetized today, they would be celebrating the same exact day. And they would celebrate for weeks on end, months on end. They will celebrate.
All right, let's be real. I think a lot of us already knew that there was something weird going on behind the scenes at Firewalk Studios, you know, the developer behind Concord, the game that has pronouns for robots, among many other interesting design choices, to put it nicely. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT. And in today's episode, we're going to be doing a little bit of a deep dive into one of the developers, Lisa Brown.
Now it's time for Lefties Losing It. And I have for you here a uniquely annoying lefty losing it about a family having a private conversation about folks confused about their gender.
Hi, Harriet. Have you ever been paid to be hate crime? Well, I have, so let me tell you about it. Okay, so yesterday I was at work serving this family that was sitting there like the three wise men. And then all of a sudden, out of the mom's mouth, I hear the trigger words, non-binary and gender fluid. Oh, and court is in session and my ears are turned on. Let's do this. So basically, the mom was trying to explain to the dad what it meant to be non-binary or gender fluid. After a few minutes go by, the dad responds in the same way that every guy that looks like him would and says, you know, I understand where they're coming from, but if you're biologically a male or a female, that's what you are. And then I'm standing there on display.
Oh, just exhausting, draining. Now let's hear from a Democrat Congresswoman, Maxine Waters, who claims Republicans and those upset with the number of immigrants from Haiti being deposited into their small towns, well, they're just racist. There could be no other explanation.
Well, let me just say this, that Haitians have been the victims of, not only our country, but Canada and France for years, historically. They're black, they're poor. It's the poorest country in the hemisphere. They have been exploited, and it continues all the time. Yes, I think they're treated differently because they're black, because they're Haitians.
But here is a local in Springfield, Ohio, who doesn't really see it that way, and he doesn't exactly fit Maxine Waters' white supremacist race baiting talk. Let's hear from him.
I think it's like kind of odd that like a guy like me has to come out from doing what I do on a daily basis to have fun, because I see what's going on in these streets, and I see you guys just sitting up there in them comfy chairs and suits, and I'm getting out here every day and I'm broadcasting this, and you guys are just sitting up there in suits or something. Like, I really challenge you guys to get out here and do something. These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into... they flipping cars in the middle of the street. And I don't know how, like, y'all can be comfortable with this. Like, I don't know, like, who's getting paid from this. I honestly feel like someone's getting paid from it in the background. You got a bunch of people on the bus getting dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know a single mom that FaceTimed me tonight, FaceTimed me this morning at the welfare office that really need something. And it's nothing but immigrants over there.
And here is Kamala Harris taking credit for giving temporary protection status to over 100,000 migrants from Haiti.
That is why, also, starting with our administration, we gave TPS, temporary protected status, to Haitian migrants, 55,000. And then more recently, we extended temporary protected status to over 100,000 Haitian migrants for that very reason, that they need support, they need protection.
Now, the Mail Online is reporting that Kamala Harris is prepping for the debate by practicing with a aide in an orange wig. No reports yet whether it's this guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the real president of the United States.
What an unbelievable experience it is. What a great show this could be. Instead, we've got an absolute idiot here running the show.
That's, of course, the great Shane Gillies, whose Trump is the best in the business, and he stayed in character there for
When shadow falls, lamp.
What can I do?
We owe our service to those in need.
Greetings. Talk to me. Who you be seeing ya.
We cannot hide from evil. If you are lost in darkness, we are here to help. We are a light in the darkness. I will see you through the shadow.
I can't use that yet. I got what you need! Glad I could help!
the best deals anywhere. Pleasure doing business with ya.
We were Triglavians, triangle people, right? Aliens. And this is a faction inside of the game. We decided as players to align ourselves with this, and we moved all over the game for about 1 year, traveling around with no home, going and fighting this war that went on to turn certain areas of space into lawless land, right? And we went all over the place. We took all these different stars, and it was fun. It was super awesome, but we didn't really have a home. We never had a place to live, and having ownership over your space in EVE is kind of a big deal. So when we got 27 stars, those stars formed into a place in space, a pocket dimension called Pochvin that looked like this. And we owned a full third of this, because as we had been taking these stars, we were dropping structures in them. And when it moved into Pochvin, those structures stayed, and now they couldn't be replaced. If a structure gets destroyed in Pochvin, it never comes back. You can never anchor a new one. It's gone. So these were unique, and we were the powerhouse that owned that space. The problem was this: it didn't work. It was broken. When we got to that section of space, they had one piece of content. This was called a dread site raid. The dread sites, for the first like 2 or 3 months, did not function. Imagine going into a raid with 15 people, and you kill the boss, and then afterwards, the boss gives you negative reputation and negative money. That's what happened. And every week, we would talk to the devs, and every week they would try to get us to test it on live servers again with our live characters for 2.5 to 3 months. We lost 70% of our online players. About half of these people never came back. It was a goddamn mess. And we got pissed. And eventually they finally fixed it, but then they put a target on our back, because they have this thing inside of EVE Online called the Economic Report. The Economic Report actually tells you how much money each area of space actually makes. And they finally released the Economic Report 1 month after they fixed our area of space. So imagine 3 months of the game just being shit and us being broke and nothing working. And then 1 month later, they release an economic report after they fix everything. And now everyone thinks we've been making a shitload of money in a pocket of space that no one can touch us in. Yeah, and no other player will believe you because it's EVE Online. So yeah, that sucked. So that was cool to see. And the devs never actually... So this tweet is nuts, man. It's actually pretty... Did you see my response on it?
I did see your response, so I actually haven't read it. Right when I saw this and I saw yours, I was like, oh, this is like a great one to read through. Because I did read yours, because you... Okay, so hold on. Do you want to read it, or would you like me to read yours? Yours is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, I'll read mine. I've told this story before, too. But basically, just so you guys have context, there's a person who said that they had a very rough time at Blizzard and explained all of that with... their entire story, and it's a massive story. If we look at this, it's like just a bajillion posts long, like outrageous amount of stuff, right? So what I did is I responded with one of my own stories, and I'll read this off here. So I said, working at Blizzard was easily some of the best and worst experiences I've ever had anywhere during my career so far, and I worked there for 7 years, for context, from 2009 to 2016. And I grew up there as well. My dad actually worked there for 23 years as a cinematic director, so I have been with Blizzard since the beginning, since it was Silicon and Synapse, and then Chaos Studios, and then Blizzard Entertainment. So I've been there since the beginning, right?
Can I interrupt for one quick second? So as
Go
it
for it.
became Blizzard, and this is like Warcraft 1 to Warcraft 2 phase, like right in there. There was such motivation for me to learn programming because of how much I looked up to Blizzard. So like
I understand.
during those days, like it's like just even you saying these things, it gives me goosebumps because like you lived the life I wanted to live. And then when I read this, it's shocking. So keep going. Sorry, I just wanted to put that in the minds of everybody who grew up in the 90s. Blizzard was like the place. If you were gonna go as a programmer, it was the place.
Not all that glitters is gold, man. And I think that's the part that really sucks here. So I said a number of the issues you've described here are not unique, which is the real nightmare in response to his negative story. And I said, when I was on night crew in QA, which was my first job at Blizzard in 2009, as that's where I started, night crew QA, and we worked all night and then I slept during the day. I was paid $10.50 an hour when starting, which the starting rate for a grocery bagger at Trader Joe's at the time was $12 an hour. So in Southern California, you can't live off of that, right? You can barely even rent a room.
For those that don't know what Southern California is, just so like a little context, what was 2009 rent for a studio? $1,500?
Yeah, something like
18?
that. I couldn't afford that. I lived out of a room, and then eventually I lived out of a room from a lady that basically made halfway houses for younger people that couldn't afford to live anywhere else. And she
halfway
had converted,
houses, for people that don't know, is people who are usually getting off drinking and trying to reassimilate into working life.
And she did that specifically for younger people that just could not make enough to live in California was the problem. And she
go all the way back, but that's why those games would want to stop running your own thing that's successful.
So another lead on the team offers to deliver the news for me because it's my first week as lead, and the person we are supposed to fire is one of my closest friends on the team. He is given until the end of the month to either relocate or leave. We're all distraught. I'm now doing my senior role, my lead role, and now all of the work that this great VFX artist was doing. They then refused to hire on an intern, another one of my reports, who is incredibly talented and we all love, so I add the work they were doing to my own plate. I got ads again. I'm going to wait.
Okay. You got ads. Okay, yeah, we can wait.
Yeah,
we can
Jeff
wait for a
Bezos
second.
jump scared, dude. Yeah, for those who don't know, I run ads on my stream.
Ads too.
And
I have ads too. Do you think they're aligned?
I don't know. Maybe.
Are our cycles aligned right now?
I don't know. We are. We've crossed the streams, so it makes sense.
Yeah. Wild. They just